Hey, yo, it's me, Pops Van Marmalade, and you're watching the Comics-Related Madness Network. Huh? So come get some. CRoM Con. CRoM Con.
Come get some.
And you're watching the Madness Common Network.
That's awesome.
Yo.
Yo, okay, what was that?
That was Terry. That was Terry Huddleston. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah, I know Terry. I know Leia.
Yeah, let's go. Sometimes when I'm at cons, I ask people to do their spots for us, and some people do. He was one.
I was trying to figure out if the complete blank it was having for like 20 seconds was just on my end or if it happened to everybody.
I don't know.
No, I didn't.
Nothing was playing.
That was all you.
That's weird. That's really weird.
So
StreamYard might be being a little fucky. I mean,
I have to make the announcement. Stephen B can't be here tonight. He had a family issue or a family meeting or get together that he had to go to. He's obligated. So we are covering for Stephen B's draw stream. It's going to be the Christie Rose draw stream. If you want to join them, the link is pinned to the top of the Comic Talk with Pops Fans and YouTube channel, and you're more than welcome to come out and hang out with Christie and Rose while they draw for about an hour, and then we're going to kick off that horror movie club with Brian Christgau and Matt Burke. So hang out with Christie, hang out with Rose while they do a little bit of art for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Which you're basically getting bookmarks and floral stuff right now because I have to do that for family stuff. So
there you go.
Now, come on. It's not giving it there. No. How come it's not working the way
it's which freaking tab is that where you can focus on the main person you put up and then the share screen split. You had it there briefly, but
Yeah, but it was me and not you. It didn't work.
yeah, you switched our places, so it should work again.
There you go.
Not ideal, but better.
Yeah.
We get art and art. There you go. Welcome everybody to CRoM Con 32. Day 1, Part 2. This is how we do it. This broadcast is brought to you by Bunding Gothic, Committed Comics, Laughing Road Games, Critical Blast, and the author of The Milwaukee Mob and the Buffalo Mob, Mr. Big Wayne Clingman.
Did he ever get his shit fixed? Like, did that ever be okay? I kind of felt bad for him.
We're gonna test it out in the morning, and if he got it working, then we'll have him out at noon tomorrow with the kickoff guys.
That's good. Yeah, because I felt bad for him because it did work, and the moment we said it worked, it didn't work, and we're like, fuck. That was stupid.
He was using Firefox. That could have been the problem.
I use Firefox, but it doesn't do that to me unless he didn't update it.
Although Firefox has been kind of infamous for working kind of fuckity weird with StreamYard.
Yeah, weird with StreamYard, exactly. Now, if you use OBS, it probably don't mess with it at all.
This is way too bright in here. How do I fix this lighting issue? This room only has 2 settings: dark as a tomb and bright as a sunspot.
I totally know what you mean. Like fucking, I don't know. Well, it's still daylight over here, so it's okay. I'm just taking this moment to be kind of like dormant because tomorrow I'm going to
this down a little more. Can I get a little out of that light?
Because tomorrow I'll be at Pasadena Comic Con.
Right there.
Yay, go Christie.
Yeah, I feel good.
Basically, for me, almost everything I'm going to be doing is going to be planned for family events for the next several months. I don't know if you guys know much about tribal traditions at all.
I do not.
But with Lakota, Sioux, and several of the northern tribes, what they do is what would be, I guess, the closest translation you can come up with in English would be a giveaway, but it's a type of memorial where you get together between 1 and 2 years after the person passes, and you all do different gifts and stuff to everybody and each other in honor of who the person was, to signify different parts of their personality and culture and stuff. You give away fancy native stuff, dark quilts, all that kind of shit. So my mom's making a bunch of quilts and a bunch of stuff, and I'm making tons of tribal jewelry, spiritual emblems, and nature stuff for both my dad's and my uncles, because we lost them only a few months apart. So
that sucks.
It's going to be really crazy because those are all going to be held this summer. So I have basically need to make several sketch journals that we're going to give away, about 1,000 bookmarks, and about 1,000 necklace earring sets. So between them all. So it's going to be very busy.
I'm just kind of laughing because like what I do when I draw, sometimes I'll, what's my favorite Zen moment is either watching cat videos or watching resin videos. And so I got into this Korean resin pourer called Moneyland, and she does like these really cool shakers and stuff. I don't know why I decided to mention that, but I'm like, that might be fun to do.
That sounds fun. This is what I think a shameless self-promotion moment, and remind you that I have a lot of cat videos of my crazy kitties if you're ever doing that when you're working.
Oh, there you go. I should.
You just go to my shorts and my videos, and I've got all kinds of little clips of them doing crazy, stupid stunts. I've even got Ornery being psycho as a kitten.
I love my cats, but they run around being stupid. Like they do this shit where they go like they run around going, and it's like going, what the fuck, motherfuckers? And I think like they like destroyed everything. They go upstairs, they haven't touched anything. It's just them scrabbling around.
I may hate Disney, but I will say they had the cat right at the end of Inside Out, where the cat suddenly went crazy because the cat in the console of the brain was fucking with the switches, attacking him. That's actually pretty accurate.
Yeah. And then I have a black cat and an orange cat. And this morning, like, I was telling Lucifer and Nick I said, and Doc, I said, yeah, it's kind of, and Rich was there too. We can't forget Rich. And
I haven't seen him in a while. Hope he's doing well.
he's doing better. I mean, he looks like he's doing well. We talked a little bit during
our schedules just haven't been at the same time lately.
Well, yeah, like he's over in England, so there you go. But yeah,
there's not so much the England thing, because most of my friends and the people I stream with are in England, actually. I don't know how the fuck that happened.
There you go.
It's like I had this point for a while on my channel where like 60% of my audience was all British, and I spent almost every stream making British jokes and saying that they were all these horrible things. And the more I said those horrible things, the more British people were watching my streams. I don't get it.
Oh, we made fun of Italians earlier on. You should have heard like Rich go off on that. You're like, oh yeah, and I said, oh gabagool. He said, God damn it! He got mad. You know how Rich does. He gets so excited.
Well, he's fun though.
Yeah, he gets excited. That's how with the British, he gets excited.
Oh, British people excited? I thought they were supposed to be lackluster and lazy.
He's Italian American, actually. Technically, he was raised in New York, so it's like.
I go to be a smart ass every chance I get, you know.
Yeah. Which is kind of funny, like going to England. It's like it's hilarious. Because I mean, it's like, oh, it's well proper and shit, and it's like, no.
I'm sitting here feeling really, really broke as fuck, and I keep looking at this ring, thinking I should sell it.
I was looking at clothes, and I said, "Oh, I want to buy them," and I said, "Oh, I'm kind of broke right now too."
The problem is this ring probably would look fake in the camera, but that's actually real sapphire.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So,
kind of is it 14?
This is on 925 certified sterling too. So
okay, I couldn't tell by the light because the light's kind of it washes stuff out. So sometimes
it's like I'm in this big hole, and I've had this ring forever, and I can't even remember who I got it from anymore. And part of me is going, I know it's worth a lot of money because it's sterling silver surrounded in diamond chips with a sapphire in the center. So I know it's worth something, you know?
Yeah, sapphire is I think a precious or I forget, is it a precious or semi-precious?
Sapphire is more expensive than a lot of the gems that are actually used in jewelry. It's not as much as like emerald ruby, but it is actually
it's on the top.
It's in the more expensive range. So
yeah, I just couldn't remember because I think topaz is semi-precious, and then
topaz, citrine, and those are semi-precious, and they're relatively affordable. If you're going through birthstones, opals and moonstones are actually kind of both, depending on the quality or grade on them. There are some that are regular stone level and some that are really expensive.
Yeah, because they're really soft. I think that's what I've heard to work with, and that makes it kind of harder for them to
black
work with.
opals. I fucking love black opals and stuff, though. I fucking love black opals. The black ones looks like it's like deep black gemstone with like ribbons of rainbow and blue shimmering through it. And it's still got that little weird like 3D sparkle that opals do. I fucking love them, but they're expensive as shit.
Yeah.
And then I have stuff like this, which is real stone and bone. So, and the ear hooks are gold plated sterling.
Nice.
And these are ones that I made.
Nice.
So,
what kind of bone is it?
I'm trying to remember. I got these down at this shop. I believe they're supposed to be elk bone. Because I got these at the native shop downtown here in the city. So
it's kind of funny, near where I live, we actually have a game meat thing, and they said, we'll dress your deer. It's like the weirdest place in like near Burbank, California. And I'm like, you wouldn't think that they would have that, but they have a lot of people that hunt there.
I was trying to get home the other night through this freaking like, it was rainy, and snowy, and then snowy and snowy. I'm in the mountains near a desert. There's a bit of bipolar every winter where you're like -40, and then you're like raining and sunshine and 60, and then you're like -40 and snowy again, and it's like bipolar as hell. And this year's even worse than normal. And we're coming home because my glasses got chipped when I was at the zoo last year because they got thrown when I actually had a bird fly into my face. True story. Which was all kinds of fun anyways. Yeah, so that was a thing. And so because it's so hard to get them replaced and deal with the costs and stuff if you go through somebody other than the shop you got them through. And it was only a few months ago, so I went, okay, well, it's not a horrible bit. I can function with them for a while. So I just did. I just functioned with them until I got back down here because I got them at a place here in the mountains and everything was under warranty. No problem. They ordered it. They switched around. Well, we got the call yesterday that the replacement lenses were in. So me and my husband, okay, we've got to go over and get that before all the bad weather hits and everything. And so we got that done, and it was still relatively early in the day, and at the time, the sun was shining. It was beautiful, so we went, let's go the long way home. Let's go through Wildlife Loop. Let's go see the bison and stuff and get a few photos and videos, and we'll have some fun. By the time we got to Wildlife Loop, which was like 20-some minutes from where I picked up the glasses, so not like this is a big drive, it was getting cold. By the time we got to the other side of Wildlife Loop, it was snowing.
Yeah, I got super cold. I get super cold and it hurts. It sucks.
So it was kind of interesting because by the time we got to the other end of the Wildlife Loop, I'm like falling asleep because I've been working and cleaning and doing stuff all day and then driving and running errands, and he's driving me around and it's getting dark out and it's relaxed weather, and I'm like, okay, I'm falling asleep. I don't have to drive. It feels kind of nice sleeping through the cold and snow. Also, I feel the car slow down. What's that? And I look mostly asleep, fluttering my eyes open, and about 2 or 3 turns ahead in the road, just enough that it was kind of small and hard for him to see with his nearsighted issues yet. Mm-hmm. The road and both sides of the road for quite a ways were covered in elk.
Elk
And I mean covered. No, elk. Actual elk.
Oh, like they were a bunch of them like fucking running around?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody hit them because like in the areas like that, usually like they'll hit a deer and it's like, oh, fuck. You know, it's like a mess.
They get hit sometimes on the highway here because there are some highways that go through the elk territory. But this is Wildlife Loop. It's like a 25-mile speed limit. It goes through all the bison herds and shit. So it's like twisting blind corners where you can hit a 2,000-pound bison if you go around it very fast. So nobody's driving these corners fast. You know? So it's if they hit an elk at that speed, the elk's fine. Those things are hard to hide, you know?
Yeah. No, I've seen pictures of like people with a deer jump through their fucking Ram truck, and it's like, oh fuck.
So we slowed down, and while they were running off into the trees, and that was it. It was starting to snow, so they were all like running through all these fields and stuff, heading into these different tree ridges to go lay down in the snow and rest, right? And so I got a couple clips of them running across the street and running down, moving together, and we had a little fun looking at them, and they weren't scared of us because it wasn't like they were trying to get away from us. They were getting just past the road, out of the way of the cars, and then just sitting in the trees and watching us, you know? But so we get through there, and from where this happened to the end of this Wildlife Loop, as they call it, which is part of Custer State Park here, which is where I photographed the bobcat and all that before. Mm-hmm. Very short distance. We get out. We get to the other side of the entrance gate, turn, go over the first hill that's right next to the entrance gate, and just as we come down the dip on the other side and line up to go up the next hill, you can see the next hill about 2.5 miles from where the last herd was covered from the upper hillside on one side, through the road, and down this hillside quite a ways down the mountainside beside us in elk. And this was like 2-3 times bigger herd than the first one.
God damn.
And we're sitting there going, okay. We sit for a little bit, we watch them, we take a few pictures, we record a few more videos, and for the hour something from there to my mom's house, because back roads and mountains, pretty much everywhere takes forever to get to, even though it's a small area. Mm-hmm. I was seeing little groups or herds of elk everywhere along the sides of the road. They just weren't in the road again. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, if anybody was wondering if we're having an elk population boom, we actually are. And it's really funny. It's about 6 years ago, they thought we were actually going to have a shortage in population of them because they could not find elk for a long time. Well, what happened with that is, okay, there was a massive fire in the Black Hills here while I was in Job Corps in, was it 2001 or 2? That they called the Jasper Fire, which is the largest fire the Black Hills ever had. It was an arson fire. Somebody actually set. And, oh, God. It made a lot of the hills inaccessible. Even the crews weren't going to go in and rebuild the hills area and try to deal with the forestry care until it had a few years to rest because it was so badly damaged and so unsafe. It was really bad. And so they just closed off a large portion of the hills and said, we're leaving it alone for about 10 years or so to recover before we start rebuilding and clearing it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so they, right as about time they hit the end of that, and they're starting to figure out what do we need to do to bring people in, to get this stuff going, to take care of this and to do this work. They took in this helicopter over the burn area to check out the land and see how bad it still is, right? And they found what was officially the largest elk herd ever found and recorded from aerial view in history. It was
humans. God damn it! Now our party's
It
over.
was thousands and thousands and thousands. They came in there as soon as the fire, and they used that nitrogen-rich soil that was shooting up grass everywhere during that time to just mass feed and breed. And there were just stretching as far as I could see, just this thick herd of them for thousands and thousands and thousands of elk. It was about 3-4 years after that the elk just split and started going everywhere into the hills in different herds because they got so many they couldn't stay within that fire zone anymore. So it went from almost none that could be found anywhere to they're everywhere. We're coming back from Nebraska last weekend, and where Pine Ridge is, which is the one of the only east to west mountain ranges in this country, which is just inside Nebraska from South Dakota. Just before you hit that mountain range, as you're coming up the backside of the Panhandle on the highway, there was a freaking herd of about 1,000 elk on the side of the road.
God damn.
And elk don't usually go in Nebraska.
Now can you
hunt
elk?
Actually, it's getting so bad now that they're actually talking about opening up an elk hunting season in the fucking park.
Wow.
In the national park, because it's getting so thick, they're actually starting to have an issue with competing with each other for food and starting to get more aggressive towards the bison and annoy them because there's just so many, they want all the food.
How are they annoying them?
Because it's large animal versus large animal fighting over the same food source, so they're pushy and grunting and they're both butting heads and they're injuring each other. It's just not healthy. So sometimes for conservation and to care for the animals, you got to clear a few out, you know?
No, I don't have a personal issue with it. I was just kind of curious about it. Like, how do they bully each other? Because bison are like fucking huge.
So are elk. And the thing is with elk's antlers, they're better at getting away from the bison. And bison, though, because of their size, can run over the elk and beat them. And so they're both injuring each other all the time. It's like, fuck. Okay, so they're like, we don't want to damage either population, but the bison are a more protected population right now. They're much more overall needed. So they're going to get rid of some elk if they have to protect the other, you know?
Oh my God. You know, it's kind of, okay, so this is weird. I just went online and I'm not doxing anybody, but I saw like, oh, my parents when they were fucking in school together, right? And then I opened it up. It's like, oh my God, that's my next door neighbor and his fucking girlfriend. They're still together from high school. I like wrote in the comment like, oh my God, I know these people. They were my neighbors. Damn.
Do you ever see stories like that and it's somebody you actually know and your first thought is, oh my God, they're still alive?
It's not that. I mean, I knew that they were.
I know that's not what you're saying this time, but I've actually had that reaction to a few. So it's like, have you ever had that reaction where you're like, wow, you're alive still? How the fuck did you do that? And I know that sounds bad, but it kind of is, but oh well. It's reality, right?
It's just weird to me because it's like I didn't expect it because like you move on, you don't think like people that are in high school together they're gonna like stay together for the most part. That's pretty rare, but it's like, oh my god, holy shit, that's crazy, dude. I mean, I can't get over that. That was like 1 in a million shots. Like I just like looked at it online. I'm like, oh my god, I went to school with these people. Oh my god, one of them was my fucking neighbor. And then like I saw pictures of them, I'm like, oh my god.
That reminds me. I was rewatching some old comedy stuff with my mom from stuff that my dad used to watch when I was a little kid, right? And we found this interview that Yakov did. If you remember Yakov Smirnov from Night Court and that, he was fun, right? Because he was also a comedian and hosted different shows for a while. And this was this interview with him and this couple who, when he was interviewing them for this interview, they'd been married about 80 years. They were nearing 100 years old. And they got a few more years past this interview before they passed away, and they actually almost hit 85 years married. And that's insane. But he's interviewing them at this point where they're like 80 years married, and he looks at the woman, and this guy is affectionate, hugging on her like newlywed. And he looks at her and goes, "What's your secret for being married, happily married this long?" And she looks at him deadpan in the eyes and goes, "Don't go to sleep angry. Stay up and fight." And as soon as she said that, I swear, me and Mom were like trying to fall out of our chairs.
Oh my god! I'll show this to you. I don't want to go and put them on public. I mean, I know this YouTube video is public, but I just got to show you. That just fucking weirded me out the moment like I got on here. It's like, what the fuck? That was nuts. It's like this guy was my next door neighbor, and he's still with a person he was with at the time, if that makes sense. It like that was fucking weird. Like, just what kind of chance is that?
Sadly, in today's society, it's not much of one anymore.
No, I mean,
people are in such a rush anymore.
Yeah,
there's a lot of it.
Well, I think people are in rushes in a lot of relationships too. Like, and there's like this really fucked up idea of how relationships are. Like, I realize dating coaches are just fucking toxic as shit because they just teach you how to be manipulative. I haven't done it myself, but I watch them and I'm like, I don't really feel okay with the stuff they're advising. And then you're going like, no, actually, if you really want a healthy relationship, go see a therapist, fix yourself first, address your own issues.
Well, that's what I was actually getting at. As I look at all these, and there was an example here set, and it was just this little question somebody posted where it said, if your husband refused the dinner you fixed and went to bed upset after a fight, what would you do? And all of these comments are like imploring divorce, abuse, other stuff, calling him a child and stuff like that. It's like, first of all, okay, how many of you wives are throwing tantrums and storming out of the room when you're upset with a guy during an argument? First of all. Second of all, there's no marriage where you're not going to have a disagreement or an argument at some point. There's no marriage where one of you isn't going to overreact on occasion,
Yeah, and also the thing is that when I was talking to a friend of mine and I said, like he said, oh yeah, relationships are adjustment. You're just trying to figure each other. I said, I kind of get that. And then all of a sudden he's like he was telling me like, yeah. And it's kind of like manipulation anyway. I said, actually, no, because manipulation, you have no interest or desire to be reciprocal. It's all about you. You get what I mean? It is all about you, but it isn't. You get what I mean?
And don't get me wrong. I agree that, you want to get a guy to listen to you. Sex works better than nagging, stuff like that. I completely agree with. But if you're coming from a point where you're doing it just because you want to control him and make him obey everything you say, that's not healthy. If you're coming from a point where you'd rather work with him in a loving way than nag him, that's good. It's all about how you're approaching things and how you're acting as you do it, And I can't stand this attitude, though, that makes women think that they can be absolutely abusive, controlling, treat the guy like crap, call him names. And he's not allowed to get upset about it, but if he even misspeaks, then they're entitled to have princess tantrums, throw a fit, make him sleep in the other room, and all this other shit. It's like, that's not a partnership. A partnership is you both have equal ground. And that means you'll both make mistakes, you'll both be right and wrong. And if you're wrong, then you admit it. That's a partnership. And they're sitting there going, I understand why the divorce rate's so high if this is what all these women are saying. And I'm not saying men aren't to blame for the divorce rate too, but when you have two sides that are both doing this kind of shit to each other, of course they're not going to stay with each other.
Well, it's like if they act like kids. I mean, that's the thing. It's like the thing is that you kind of have to work with each other. It's like you have to know what you want. You have to know what you want for you. And the thing is, it's like this. When I preach in business, it's like, look, everybody's in it for themselves. Now, do you want to do it the ultimate selfish way, or do you want to do it where you both work together? You get what I mean? So you have to do this thing called negotiation. People think, oh, negotiation is just manipulating to get what you want. It's like, no, stop with that shit. Yes, you want to get everything that you want, but you want to see if the other person will work with you and work for you in whatever you guys want to discuss that makes it an amiable partnership that works. It's trustworthy.
I can't tell you how many times I've wondered, am I the only person who actually gets happy off making my spouse happy anymore? Because it doesn't seem to be reality for most people anymore.
No, because I think it's preached that, oh no, if you live for making your spouse happy, you're a fucking codependent weirdo.
It can become that. It can become that if you're being toxic with it. But everybody, look, a proper relationship is not one person just submitting all the time to the other person. It's both people putting the needs and care of the other person first, because as long as you're doing that, it's not codependent. You love each other and you take care of each other.
Yeah,
and it's healthy.
Have healthy boundaries too.
Yeah. That doesn't mean don't learn how to do things for yourself. That doesn't mean don't be responsible for yourself. It means you should want to make the other person happy because you're a good person and you love them, therefore you want them happy. And actually, I don't dislike how that one's color shades came out.
No, that one's cute. What are those?
They're just little. I'm completely making them up as I go. I'm not trying to make them look like realistic flowers and stuff.
So it's like you were doing blueberries or something.
It's kind of a berry flower kind of look. My mom kind of says that a lot of my little flower sketches look like a cross between like Seussian artwork and tribal flowering, which is kind of actually not that far off. But they're just fun stuff that the family likes. So
I'm thinking of what to draw next. I'm kind of getting this idea of what to do at this moment.
Then I just have to seal this up, and it's already. I bought this kit like this, so it actually came with the card completely made and fancy, and the tassel completely colorized to the card and everything already with it. So all I have to do is seal the top coat over the artwork to keep it from getting damaged, and it's done. I like the easy of that. Yeah. I have blue ones too, by the way.
I still can't get over that I saw the people that I knew in high school, my neighbor and his girlfriend, and I'm like, I didn't know they were still together. They presumably got married and stayed together and had kids, and I'm like, holy shit. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I gotta admit, it's so rare to see anymore relationships actually work out like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess they found something special, so hey, why not, right? Hey, I'm happy for him. I mean, he was never a bad guy, and his girlfriend was really pretty cool, so it wasn't like I'm like, oh, but it just surprised me because, as I said, holy shit.
Because it's so not the norm anymore.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad they're still happy.
In some ways, it's kind of sad that that's the reaction we have when we hear about happy couples anymore is, really? Because it says something about where society's gone.
Well, and it's also interesting because, like, with women, it's like they go like, girl, if you like a guy, girl, you're just dependent and needy and stuff. It's like, okay. But then these are said by the same fucking bitches that, like, fucking have problems with relationships all the time. Like, all right, I see.
It's said by the same bitches who 5 years later will be making fun of you for still being single, too.
Yeah. Well, generally, also, they're single, too. They usually have HPV.
So...
I'm being an asshole right now.
I know you are. But, I mean, there's some truth to this whole thing. And it drives me nuts because I think it's unhealthy. We're putting so much on people anymore that, if people are the type that are better single without kids, let them be single without kids. If people are better married and with a mate, leave them be if that's what they're good at. And You know what? For fuck's sake, stop shaming people for what relationships they choose. I don't care who you bang or how you bang them, as long as they're consenting adults and you're being responsible to each other. You
Yeah,
know?
there's no abuse or mistreatment too.
hmm Everyone's up in everybody else's business lately, and it's got to end. It's pathetic.
So it's also on Facebook too, like fucking people. Like it's like, as I said, like some people go on and on about their things, and it's like, please don't. And it's like, are you saying that I should be ashamed? No, not everybody's gonna be nice. You know, and sometimes you just don't want to put it out there.
Yeah. But by the same measure, I've also seen places where people will be like, they're private accounts that they only share stuff with family. And their
Yeah.
family will make fun of them for posting happy events and stuff like that. It's like,
Yeah,
fuck's
sometimes
sakes, how
people are weird.
sociopathic are you? Just be happy for people. It's like, I dealt with the whole thing where when I was in shop, it's, oh, you horrible bitch. You must be this feminist who likes women and all this other shit like this. It's like,
What?
because I'm doing construction, I was everything from butch to les to anti-male, all this stuff. It's like, no, I was a tomboy, but that's it. And then when I get married, it's all these same people who called me all those things or something. I'm like, oh, look at you. You're just a dutiful little housewife. Look at you, little trad bitch, and all this stuff. It's like, I'm not that either. Can
Yeah,
I
I
not
noticed that the people like
find
that.
happiness? I mean,
I think people who do that generally, it's like the ones in my experience that do that, they're continuously single and miserable. It's
well,
just
it's
like,
hard to get laid when nobody wants to go near you. I mean,
yeah, there's that.
I know that's bitchy to say it that way, but when you're such a shrew, nobody's going to want to go near you. Nobody's going to want to touch you, you know? And yes, some guys are desperate, but there's a lot of guys who believe in the don't stick your dick in crazy thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And this goes for the guys too. Quit being sexist pieces of shit. Quit idolizing fucking people like Andrew Tate and stuff just because you want to strike back at the feminists. That doesn't make you a better person either. Just be a decent guy.
This is CRoM Con, not a commercial for stupid shit.
I just gotta say the Chadness is interesting, but it's funny. But it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's like it's interesting. So
Aw,
and so
Pops, you know we're
there's the,
opinionated chicks.
it's like that. This is like a demon bitch. That's why I draw demon bitch.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, I can sit and be very happy and all that and stuff, and I fully, as I said, I am that person. I fully believe whatever makes you happy, go for it, as long as you're not hurting anybody.
Well, and also you're
I
not
want,
lying to yourself. Some people lie to themselves, and that's really bad. I mean,
but
I'm
it's
not trying to
just
say they have to fit in my nice little bubble, but when they say, well, I do this and that, the other thing, and I'm so happy doing it, and you're like, okay, sure. And then they try to get you in, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. And then they go like, oh, and then you find out they're not really happy. They just want somebody to do that with so they feel less miserable. And I'm like, okay.
yeah, that too. And I
Yeah.
don't look. Be happy. Do what makes you feel good. Toke yourself into freaking half asleep coma where you're drawing things that don't make sense to anybody who's sober. I don't care. Bang 20 people, bang one person. I don't care. Just be nice to other people while you're in that state, okay? Not a hard bar, right?
Let's see here. Boing.
My great lesson for people in life. Be
I would add,
happy and enjoy beauty.
I'd say also don't lie to yourself. Because when people lie to themselves, they tend to hurt people too.
To be fair, I've done a lot of that in my life, but that was usually just telling myself I liked myself when I was trying to get over depression.
That's a little different. I'm talking about like, oh, I like doing this thing, and you don't.
Well, usually if they lie about liking something, it's one of a couple reasons. It's either something that's been done to them and ingrained in them, in which case
Yeah.
there's a lot of
what I
gaslighting,
mean.
abuse, and stuff that went into it, or it's because they're manipulative POSs, you know?
Hmm.
And if either of those are the case, of course it's going to cause more issues.
Yeah. That's where I found more often than not.
But I think I'm having a little fun.
Yes.
thank you, and I rant and rave sometimes, and I know it, and I'm sorry, and I'm sure sometimes Pops is just like, for crap's sakes, doesn't this woman's mouth have an off switch? Just saying. Most people think that about me at some point, so I'm not even upset about it. It's totally fine.
I'm just drawing some imagery. I don't know, I just bust out sketches and just draw stuff.
I haven't even had a chance to try to look at doing that for you, by the way.
What?
I haven't even had a chance to try to do that sketch for you, by the way.
Oh, okay.
We had so much shit happen to my family the last 2 weeks, I barely had a chance to sit down and breathe.
Oh, I see.
That's actually, unfortunately, not an over-exaggeration either. It has been crazy. It's fucking crazy.
People are buzzing.
Sometimes I swear, I see things going on. I hear the phone ring and stuff like that, and there's this voice in my head that goes, maybe if you just don't pick it up, whatever fucking crisis they're having will go away. Or at least they will, and they'll fuck off and deal with it themselves.
Yeah. Well, I kind of have the attitude, a lot of things solve themselves. And it's like they're going, but no, I guess it's like sometimes you just take a moment and breathe and it solved itself. It's like, oh, okay. Because I used to like rush to the phone all the time whenever there was an issue. But it's like, it's not that I don't answer promptly. It's just more of, okay, well, I don't need to deal with this now. Like if I have a feeling that I don't need to deal with it now, it ends up solving itself. So it's like, okay, cool.
Well, the big problem I have is I am the emergency contact for a lot of people with disabilities and health and medical issues. So I kind of can't just ignore the phone, unfortunately.
No, I mean, as I said, it depends on the situation. But sometimes, a lot of times, you have to have the attitude, it'll solve itself. Now, people think, oh, you're going to be more lackadaisical and not deal with things. It's like, actually, you're just in a more lot of a relaxed space to deal with shit.
Oh, yeah, and don't get me wrong. Sometimes they call me and I'm like, you can figure this one out on your own. Bye, But unfortunately, this was not stuff that could have just been dealt with without help. This was, wow, what the fuck. And that's about the only way I know how to describe the last few weeks. So it's been one thing after another, after another, after another, and no time for me, no time for my art, no time for my writing. I'm barely getting my daily poem done, so.
Yeah. It was funny. I was like exhausted the last couple of days. Hey, Slipstick. So it was weird because I like felt tired, and I called up my friend like, why do I feel tired? She's like, it's okay to be tired. I'm like, oh yeah, because I'd been like kind of anemic and shit like that, so I was like a little bit concerned with my health. And then it was like, no, it's just I'm kind of just tired. I've been doing that.
I do understand. I understand if you've been going through anemia. You get to a point where every time you start feeling tired, you're ready to worry. Am I having these spikes again? Is something going wrong?
Yeah.
I think that's why I don't like my senses being impaired by anything, and I never got the idea of drinking and doing other stuff. Because every time my senses are impaired in my life, it means something's really fucked up medically, and I have to deal with it. So to me, that's just a symbol of fucking hell. What's wrong?
Yeah, it was like weird. Yeah, because it was like, before my surgery, I didn't feel like, I didn't have to worry. I was never anemic. Now it's like, oh, you're anemic now. I'm like, oh, that's great. I mean, I'm taking care of it. I mean, it just has to be a gradual process because, you can't eat a bunch of iron and say, it's solved now,
And actually, iron supplements are so hard on your body. They tell you try not to take them. Try to correct it by eating more of certain types of meat and other stuff and things, unless you have to take them, because iron supplements are really hard on your body.
Yeah, they're hard on your stomach particularly, but they say chelated iron's better. Chelated iron's easier on your stomach.
It's easier. It's still rough, especially if you have certain conditions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I found out I have a lot less reactions to my stomach and liver if I just eat a little bit of red meat when I get those crashes, as opposed to taking iron.
Yeah, the doctor cleared me for that, so it's like, you know, you're doing well. It's just like, because I was telling him like I was having these weird cravings and everything. I mean, they made sense, but he just said, you know, just up your iron intake by just taking supplements too. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the supplements screwed me up, so I just eat more meat now, which just has the added benefit of pissing off all the little vegetarian, vegan activists, which is just a bonus. I mean, it's not the intention, but hell if it isn't funny, right?
You eat what you eat, right?
That's the thing. And look, I'm not going to tell anybody that if they feel that diet is right for them or if they have trouble with meat and stuff, do what's right in your heart. Just don't try to force other people to do the same because not everybody can.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Live and let live, right?
Or live and let die for Guns N' Roses.
Well, I mean that too.
Have a good
What
night.
Pops?
Said good night to random dude. He said he's going to bed now.
Good night. Sorry, I wasn't looking up. I'm still sketching. So, what do you think so far?
Cute. Here's mine.
Like I said, I'm just doing a bunch of these crazy, and if they go over well, they go over well, you know?
Yeah. So yeah, here's mine right here.
It's not bad so far.
Yeah.
I will also say I have actually sold some of these bookmarks while I've been working on them, and I've actually been watching my friends use them while they're on stream.
Oh, that's nice.
So
yeah,
that's
I finished.
Fun.
Yeah, finished with my drawing. That's actually not too bad right there. Quite happy with that. Just off work when you get home.
There's a very specific way to get a good knot here where it
Hmm.
doesn't easily slide back out. You have to twist it around a bit and do a little bit of a loop inside as you're doing it. So it's not just a simple pull through. And there we are. Did it. So far, I've got those.
There we go.
It's progress.
Yeah.
It's about 1/500th of what I need to do for these for the family. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm doing the sketch. I'm finished with it. I'm pretty happy with it. I like how the form is.
You'll see that they're not all the pre-planned out bookmarks like this, and some of the ones I make myself are like, yeah, I cut them with this very straight edge, and sometimes I'll leave that because some people like it, and sometimes I'll bevel it out when I finish the drawing and stuff. And you can see I got like sparkly pages where I draw little stuff around them and glitters around them, and it's a lot of work, but it's fun work. I like it. It's simple, but it's cute. We gotta just have fun with what we do in life, right?
Yep. I mean, I've mentioned the sketch, but yeah, it's a very fun sketch. I'm very pleased with the line work on my stuff too.
I actually very much am. I think you've really got the shape down there.
Thank
She's
you.
not as busty as half of the things I draw, but she's definitely got some boobage. I mean,
yeah, it's like this. I'm not in the school of like people having, big tits or small tits or medium. I just draw it as it goes. It's like, I don't care. It's like, oh, but like I'm tired of the big tits. It should be small tits. It's like, okay, the girl's going to look what she's going to look like. Just stop. She has big tits. She has small tits. Awesome. Don't care.
yeah, I know. I have a tendency to draw big ones because I have big ones, and there's a amount of us that always tends to put ourselves a little in our work. I mean, I can see elements of you in that drawing.
Yeah. A lot of
And
times I
so-
draw myself too because it's like it's the easiest subject.
I don't intend to, and yet I keep ending up in my drawings. My friends keep pointing out, look at, she's got that straight on little chin. She's got a little bit of roundness in her face. She's got a high cheeks, weird reddish hair, and big boobs. I mean, are you just drawing yourself? I mean, it's like, I'm not intentionally. And then I pick up the drawings, and some of them I put them like side by side my picture, and it's like, oh shit, it does look like me. Well, that wasn't my intention.
Right.
It's a shameless self-insert, but it's an accidental one.
Right.
Give myself a little more height here, so it's a little more visible. These ones you can actually see have a little bit of a cloudy effect and print on them. They're not just plain. And while you can't see the color as well as I would hope, they are actually this light blue, and it really looks like a sky. And these I just cut out of scrapbooking paper, and I'm going to laminate them so they'll be nice and solid. Which also means I don't have to worry about adding the inks and the sealants and all that. I just do the sketch, and then I laminate, you know? Which is a benefit, a plus. But they're fun. They're kind of kitschy, and thank you. But yeah, I bought a bunch of books of different scrapbooking designer papers and stuff, and all the ones that were simple enough prints or plain enough for certain kinds of fancy colors and stuff, I cut into these strips, and I'm just making bookmarks out of, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I sat there with a cutter for a few days and cut thousands and thousands of these strips in all kinds of colors and shapes.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And then I can always come through with these bookmarks later and buff a little color into the background of the sky and stuff really lightly. And what I just do is I take, if you've seen like the gelato pastel style stuff, I've got a bunch of those that they blend on the page really easy. So I just take those and I just put a little onto a makeup brush with a thinning, like add a little white or a little makeup or something to it to make it a little thinner, lighter. And then I just shade that into the background lightly, and it actually creates just a bit of a 3D texture and stuff.
You're not supposed to wait till there's 10 minutes left in the stream and then pop in. You're supposed to pop into the beginning, bro.
Hey Q, what's up?
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I just looking at the link. I go, huh? Oh, that's odd.
It was
There wasn't some sort of
usually
link at
Stephen
the
B's
chat.
draw stream. Usually this would be Stephen B's draw stream, but we're just incorporating all the regular shows into CRoM Con, and Stephen B couldn't be here tonight, so we just did a draw stream in honor of Stephen B. But in 10 minutes, the horror movie club starts, and Brian will be taking over, and we'll be talking about the movie Zombies, Lucio Fulci's Zombies. What do you know about that, Q?
Never heard of that title of the
Zombie
movie
flesh
before.
eaters over there in Europe. They call it zombie flesh eaters.
Oh, well, I heard of the last zombie movie I've seen was World War Z. That's the last time I heard about it. That's when I've seen it.
This is like older, like I think it was the sequel to Dawn of the Dead, the unofficial sequel to Dawn of the Dead.
Oh, look at it. Dawn of the Dead, that I heard about it. Then Dawn of the Dead. But the sequel, I haven't heard of that one before.
Cool. Then we'll be talking about something you ain't never seen. Yee, I like that kind of stuff.
Right.
Cool. But sorry, it's just a little bit of confused about the link and stuff.
Oh, that's
Okay.
right.
Well, we put it up there at 7 o'clock. It was like, anybody want to jump in? Jump in.
Funny enough, we were mentioning you. Like, I was like, oh, you're always awake.
He did say that about you.
I invoke things.
She's like, it doesn't matter what time of day it is, Q shows up.
Yep.
So yeah, me just crazy doing little bookmarks, right?
No, the bookmarks are cool.
Bookmarks are awesome.
It's a family thing, and I'm kind of enjoying doing this for everybody and doing it that'll make the family happy.
I don't remember anybody else doing sketch bookmarks.
I've seen a few for comics in particular where they'll be drawing comic style cards and then they'll send them in to be made into pieces for campaigns, but just sketching random whatevers on cards other than campaign stuff, I've never actually seen anyone doing.
No, I mean on bookmarks, I've never seen anybody do that.
God, who was it? I saw somebody doing some with Vic King the other day. But they were specifically character for a campaign that was being worked on. But it's not common. It's really not.
I've seen sketch cards and I've seen sketch covers, but I've never seen sketch bookmarks. So to me, that's something new. You know?
I mean, most of these I kind of made up anyways because I just literally bought a bunch of paper and cut it into chunks and just started drawing on it. And then I freaking laminated it with the ultra thick of the duct tape clear, which actually you would think wouldn't work well, but their clear tape is really, really smooth and goes on really clear. So it actually looks just like professional lamination. And it's thick like it, so it behaves the same way, but it's easier to put on. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the bit by bit.
Very much so. Very creative. Like I said, I've never seen anybody else do it, so I'm giving you a first.
I'm watching, I'm looking up Galaxy 999. So I felt like drawing Mytel from.
Galaxy 999.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Thank you.
What do we got going on here, Q?
Continuing up of the next current sketchbook. I mean, the next current currently drawing I made, and guess where the CRoM locates?
Where is CRoM?
Smoking in the clouds.
There you go. Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Follow the smoke. You'll always find CRoM.
Just like the guy who created him, right?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
I have had faster days, definitely. I had one day where I did the Valhalla stuff with Odin's movie vlog where I actually finished like 18 bookmarks in his 3-hour stream. But I'm working on finishing the third during the stream. It's not that bad.
I still can't get over like the fucking neighbor that popped up on YouTube randomly. I'm running videos in the background, and then like all of a sudden him and his like girlfriend pops up, and I said, I remember him. He was my next door neighbor, and it's like I found out they got married and had a kid. I'm like, damn. And their kid
they got busy.
TikTok. Yeah, their kid put them on TikTok. I was like, what the fuck? This is so weird.
The ones I don't get, it goes back to the old days. I mean, I get, okay, yeah, people had less living space and people had more kids in the old days. That I get.
Yeah.
How my grandfather's parents had 16 fucking kids in a one-room homesteader shack, I don't understand.
Did all of them live? I'm not trying to sound insulting, but did all of them live?
Hold on. 16?
One of them even passed as a child. 16, and none of them went.
None of them what?
And the only one that passed as a child passed in their late teen years. Oh, I mean, most of them lived into 70, 80.
I don't know. I guess they took out insurance and they won the jackpot on that. I mean, I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but that's the reason why you had a lot of kids back then, because you didn't know how many would live. I mean, even my mom's generation.
No, I get that. What we always said is, where did they find the time and the place to make them with that many kids in one room? And then my mom said, well, we asked them that once. And basically they said, why do you think we always sent the kids over to your grandpa's place? And I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes. Because, okay, my dad's family and my mom's family were friends for many, many, many generations before they ended up together. So my mother's grandfather actually was the one that taught my grandpa a lot of the stuff that he was, which he's the one that influenced me a lot. So it's like, basically they sent all the kids over to him to go do chores for him so they had privacy.
Yeah. I mean, it was just, yeah. I don't know. As I said, like back then, also, like, I think this was like kind of like Industrial Revolution, the whole 8 to 5 thing and the whole like sleeping the whole night kind of thing. Because apparently I heard like traditionally you would wake up again at midnight and kind of like work on stuff and go back to bed. Some people would do that. So this was pre-industrial times.
It depends on where you are. A lot of that industrial stuff did not affect much out here.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah,
so
because I'm out in the middle of nowhere. This was the old West here, and even in the industrial era, it was just mostly homesteader farms and shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is, but it always kind of made me laugh because I'm like, well, we at least know what their hobby was.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying they probably woke up in the middle of the night and it's like, let's fuck, and just did it. That's how they were able to fit it in.
But it always it's one of those things we kind of laugh about, but at the same time, there's something to the lack of birth control and the lack of other hobbies, right? I mean,
well, were they out where you're at now?
Oh yeah, this was actually they were in a more rural location in this state than I'm in now, and considering I have to go over 2 mountain passes to get to a town of 1,000 some people to go to one store to shop, that's a bit of a stretch there. It's more rural, but it is. It's like you're out in the middle of nowhere. What the hell? There's nothing else to do. Let's just hump like rabbits until we have so many kids we can use them as their own little business entrepreneurial group, right?
Yeah, that's why a lot of people had kids. That's why I was like going like, insurance. I mean, it's not to be crude, but
no, I mean, but insurance wasn't much of a thing out here. But they did work. Don't get me wrong. Kids in that era worked the farms a lot out here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Insurance, like, well, we want to make sure that some of them live enough so we have enough of a workforce.
But that doesn't really explain it when there was that few kids that had the issues.
They call it expanding an empire for a reason.
No. Listen, having 16 kids, I guarantee you things were expanding quite often.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was like going, well, I guess they just figured they some of them would go, but then it's like, well, they were lucky. So.
But, I mean, I love my family, but my family is so fucking huge.
Yeah, for that reason.
Oh, yeah, fucking huge. Yes.
Yeah. My friend just said, their son looks like they're from a K-pop band. I said, that's just so weird. As I said, that's nuts. Because she looks like she's changed a lot. Like, I mean, obviously, when you're a teenager, you can't have your own personal freedom that much because you're in high school and you're under your parents' care. But I found out, like, when I saw a picture of her now, it's like I still kind of recognize her, but she's got long, kind of blondish hair. She had dark hair. She's Asian. And then she had all these tats on her arms and shit. I'm like, wow, you changed. Because the last time I saw her, she was in high school. So, you know, you're a minor. You can't get tats. You know,
Ta-da, number 3.
Huh?
Number 3.
Yeah. There we go.
All pretty.
Roses.
Nice.
So, I think that's about what I'm going to do because I don't think I have enough time to try to whip another one out because we're kind of winding down. But not too bad for a little stream. Quick sketches.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I'm inviting my friend now.
Whenever Brian jumps in, we will be changing gears and moving on to the Horror Club show. He's never quite on time, so don't worry about it.
Where the heck is that thing?
He's one of those. I'm one of those that's always late to everything.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I don't get that. I don't get those people that's what I was trying to say is I don't get, and I'm tight as hell. I've been having kind of tics a lot. I don't get the always late to everything. I don't. Because
you look like a nipple, Brian. You look like a nipple.
Oh God! I was like, "What are you talking about?" Earlier, we were talking about that shit with Lucifer Storm too.
You're number 1, Pops.
Love you too.
Your big ass nipple, right?
What up, everybody? What's going
You are
on?
fucking nipple.
What's going on? Oh yeah, you like my shirt?
Oh,
You're
you
all
got
sick
it,
fucking bastards.
dude.
Yeah.
I got that from RJ, yo.
Thank you, RJ.
Yeah, hell yeah. Good stuff.
You are all sick bastards. And I am
Thank
sweet,
I'm proud of
innocent,
it.
and pure.
Man. Proud of it.
See, I
Normal
did
people
all
are
cheery and pretty
boring
stuff.
as fuck.
I did all cheery and pretty innocent stuff.
Aw.
And that's what.
Very cool.
Well, the world needs that too, but it also needs filth and slime and
I don't know what
greasy,
you're talking
degenerate
about.
art.
I'm never like that. I don't draw pinups or sexy or nude people. I'm not into violence and gratuitous sex. I'm not into kinks and stuff. I'm sweet, pure, innocent, and angelic.
I do demon bitch.
No, I'm saying this, and I
There's got to
can
be something for everybody.
I can actually see Christy backing up, going like, "When the fuck did this shit start, bitch? You lying hoe!" Right?
What up, Jeff?
Kick back. What's up?
But yeah, you know, I mean, there's got to be something for everybody. You know, I mean, that's one of the things I love about
No,
this comic scene is that there's something for everybody.
That's the funny thing is I can go switch from drawing flowers and doing nature stuff and my animal videos and little spiritual books and stuff, and suddenly be the one talking about kinks and fetishes and swearing every other fucking word, and it's all the same person to me. I mean,
Right? Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody has different dimensions to them, right?
that's why when I was describing myself so innocent, I could see Christy's face like, "What the fuck? I don't believe that for a second, you bitch."
I just have this look like that's probably how my black cat looks at people, just like
It was that face that went, "Yeah,
A little
no,
side eye.
bitch," right?
it's just like just smiling. You betray nothing ever.
That's all good. It's all
Yeah.
good.
So,
Yes.
for those of you who have tuned in for the 8 o'clock episode of the Horror Movie Club,
Yeah, baby.
this is your guy.
I'm up.
I don't have your
Right.
intro, so you're going to have to share it.
I am gonna bust the dope ass intro in a sec. Let me see, because you gotta have the dope ass intro.
Yeah, you got to play the dope ass intro.
Yes, and also we are going to be showing a bunch of other videos tonight. Of course, being careful not to get ganked by the algorithm.
Right.
But I also don't think that's going to happen because there's no way that any of the stuff I'm playing is copyrighted. But then again, sometimes the algorithm don't give a fuck about that, and it just slaps you down just
It's
because
the
it gets
third-party
suspicious.
scammers, dude. It's the third-party claims that aren't true that always end up getting. And then you got to go dispute it because it's not a real claim. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the third-party claims.
Yeah,
So,
You never
It's-
sure if you're talking to a human or not. By the way, how do I sound?
You sound great.
wonderful.
You sound
It
fine.
didn't sound like it like last time. I listened to myself recently when I was recording myself doing some video editing, and it sounded like crap. And I'm like,
Well,
what
you
is going
always
on
sound
here?
goofy, but that's not. No, I'm kidding.
I was using the camera, the video for this camera right here, the microphone for this camera instead of this one. And I'm like, so that's what he was talking about the whole time. I couldn't figure out what you were talking about. It never sounds bad. Turns out I had the wrong.
Coming soon.
So,
Pause button.
Hold on a second. Let me. Because here's the thing. I need to redo this so that the sound doesn't blow people's eardrums. Okay. And we love bitches. Whoop whoop whoop.
There you go.
It's alive. It's moving. It's coming this way.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to this, a very special CRoM Con edition of the Horror Movie Club. The club where, what do? We watch horror movies, of course. For those of you that are new to the stream, the basic concept is we agree to watch a horror movie ahead of time, we watch it, then we get together and talk about it. Now, the one rule that we always have is that it has to be a movie that's not behind a paywall. And so, therefore, before the stream, you can watch the movie by clicking on the link in the description below and then let us know what you think about it, joining us in the chat. Or if you're just joining us now and you listen to us talking about the film and you think to yourself, damn, that sounds dope, I need to check that out. Guess what? Link is below in the description where you can watch it for free.
Yep.
It's always a link to something like to a a free streaming service like Tubi or Peacock, or in this case, I think it's, I can't even remember what the link where the link is to tonight, but I did find a link where you can watch it for free. Like I said, Pluto. Yeah, there's so many of these sites now. I mean, you can like find almost anything, which is awesome and amazing, especially when you're talking about the kind of movie that we're talking about tonight, which was banned in several countries and was actually illegal to own and to rent out in England, in the UK. I think it only became legal in like the late 90s, or maybe even have been like the early 2000s, because of course in England they had the video nasties scare where there was a moral panic over horror movies, and they didn't.
So their version of the Satanic Panic.
Yes, it was absolutely at the same time. We had the Reverend Donald Wildman. They had, I'm blanking on her name. I wish Lucifer Storm was here tonight.
Some dumb bitch.
Mary Whitehouse. That was her name.
Sorry. I don't know why I said that. I don't know. I'm the religious one here on this panel, and yet these people that do this shit piss me off. They piss me off so fucking bad because it's not a representation of people of faith. It's just a representation of you trying to push your whiny crybaby opinions on every other person in the world because you're too much of a pussy to understand other people's tastes and cultures.
There it is. That's on point. Totally on point. Well, look, I mean, it sucks that. What up, Christie?
Yeah, I gotta go. I'm gonna check it out. So I just want to say goodbye, but it was nice meeting you guys.
Rock and roll. Be well
meet
and
you
swell.
Yeah, I just got to get up early tomorrow for Pasadena.
She's got a con tomorrow, guys. She's
rock and roll.
She's gonna be at Pasadena Comic Con tomorrow.
Nice. Have fun at that.
I will. Thank you so much. You guys have
Bye, Christy.
Right.
Have a good night.
We love you, girlie.
Love
Peace.
you too.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
Now,
I
now,
don't want to be on the big one.
Brian,
Yes.
I want you to do this like you normally would. And I'm kicking everybody out. You can bring them in like you normally would. What do you say?
Okay, anybody that wants to hang out is free, is of course free to hang out. And we got my man Matt just wrapped up
What's up?
at the gates. By the way, brother, congratulations on that stream. That was superb, man.
Oh yeah, we had Rich Ayala on. That was fun. He was talking about his comics that he's working on right now, and Roach Balls, which is an awesome book. If you guys haven't checked it out, hit up Rich Ayala or Roach Balls on Twitter. It's fucking it's like, oh man, I can't even throw in there all the inspirations, but it's mixed media, and he does all the writing, the illustrations, all the stuff. So if you guys haven't checked it out, check it out. You're in the Lobo and stuff. Robo and Lobo Cop, Volver Hoven, CRoM, Bisley, Sam Keith. There's a bunch of stuff. So.
It's like an underground comic, but it's like blown up in like what would you call that? Like not album size. It's like the old Marvel Treasury editions.
Large format, it's at a weird. It's huge, bro. Yeah. Like it's the way to go though. It's definitely like I would say almost Euro. I mean heavy metal, which I think is the way to go if you can.
I think so
too.
I mean?
That's the way. If I'm blessed that way, I'd love to do that. So.
Yeah. I think that if we should be following any model, it's like everybody's looking at manga. No point in trying to imitate manga because people want manga because it's Japanese.
Yeah, you gotta do. I don't know.
And also just the French format's just dope.
It's dope as fuck. It's good for us comic book nerds. You know what I mean? It's easy to fucking transition to like a French format book because most of these motherfuckers read heavy metal anyway. So like for the bigger stuff, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's easier to go into that French large format style. I don't know, man. It's cliche, but go big or go home. That's the way I say. Yeah, if you can.
Well, look, it's certainly worked with that book. It's like I said, Rich basically gave us a look inside his head, and it's really fucked up in there.
Oh, I love the world too, man. I can't wait to get in there.
It's so gnarly, man.
I was telling him,
so gnarly.
Come on, he needs to come on Horror Movie Club sometime. We could do that in Roach Balls.
Oh yeah, man. Without
something
a
else.
doubt.
He's got a bunch of books he's working on right now. So
without a doubt, and I convinced him. I think that he needs to have one of these.
Barf bag, Barfaroni.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barfaroni, bro.
I love the note at the bottom, do not reuse.
Here you go, bro. It's all you.
And yes, people, this is an authentic or picture of an authentic barf bag that came with your movie ticket when you were like at New York City hitting the Grindhouse to see this, because that's where this movie played. This movie only played in the Grindhouses, the really grimy, greasy, funky motherfuckers.
Greasy.
And Times Square. Because wow, where do I even? Well, you know what? Let me bring everybody else in, and we will commence to talking about this, because this is a very beloved cult horror movie, and it has major historical significance. It comes from a period where there weren't a lot of zombie movies. There's basically only a handful. And the only people that were into zombies were real fucking trolls and deviants like me. Speaking of deviants, what's up, Pops?
What's up,
How you doing, brother, man?
What's going on, bro?
I gotta usurp the show right now.
Oh, are we doing an opening?
Hold up. Put the three of us back up in here for a second. Look, Matt, I appreciate you going out and you pushing for the other guy, but I get to push for you, motherfucker.
Hell yes.
Thanks, Pops.
Yes.
What is this? Butch freaking Cleaver, bro. Look, this is the book we want to talk about tonight. No, nothing against the Roachy Balls, but yeah,
He already got his love.
the Cleaver, baby, the freaking Cleaver. I've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, Pops, you got a big old Rambo knife right there.
Hell yeah, you gotta do it right, man.
Hell yeah, right. That's awesome. I remember my cousin had one of those. It said Rambo 3 on it.
Oh, that's a nice one too. Yeah. They had official knives, but I forgot about that. What you got? Did you get the letter opener?
Pin for the hat, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm always rocking that on my suspenders when I'm rocking the suspenders. When I'm not rocking the suspenders.
You know what's up, Matt. You know where it's going. And you will put it right here on the brim, right in the middle. Hey, you never know.
And the 6 a.m. sticker. Can't forget the 6 a.m. sticker.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got to have the 6 a.m. sticker.
Oh, yeah. Mine won't be falling off the wall, bro. This one's gonna go on one of them plastic sleeves so it don't get fucked up. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. What else do you hook you up with?
Shit.
See what's in there.
Dude, did you really do what I think you did right here?
What's that? Oh yeah, a little something.
A little something. Yes, an original work of art. Yeah, I got mine framed on the wall.
Dude, yeah, you know this one's going in a frame. Hell yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Yeah, Matt's a G. Matt's a G. We love Matt.
Dude. And hold up, there's something else down in here.
There you go.
Swag bag.
Yep.
Swag bag.
He hooks you up right. What can I say? He hooks you up right.
Dude, look. He could have sent just the book. Just the one book. And I'd have been freaking happy as hell, right?
Right.
Dude, look at that.
I know. Is that badass? I'm telling you, man, Homeboy's leveling up. The Homeboy's getting better, man.
That is freaking awesome, bro. Look.
Thanks, Pops.
Hold up. Let me just put that up against that cover right there. Look at that.
He hooks you up right.
Dude is balls out badass and getting better all the time, man.
Yeah. I mean, I personally think his stuff looks better in black and white, right? But yeah, there it is.
You see dude there.
Much.
And then, come on, yo. Ah!
Yes.
Thanks,
dude.
Healing it.
Dude, come on. That's badass. And I got stuff to read. You know what? Tomorrow, during the show-offs, we're going to be talking about indie comics that I've gotten over the last few years since I started doing this.
Nice.
So by then, I'll have a little something to say about book one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now go ahead and bring everybody else in real quick, B, so they're not just sitting in the backstage.
Yeah, no, yeah. I was just thinking like, oh man, like being a rude.
I'll go ahead and just start holding up some of these goods, man.
Okay. Well, of course, Jeff, thank you so much for joining us.
Good to see you.
What up,
Love
dude?
the shirt. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah,
I love that you are all smiles, Matt. You got the spotlight on you, man, and Pops knows how to treat you right, you know?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, Pops is preaching about Matt, but the shirt, awesome. I love that shirt, man. Check it out. So, Matt, how do you?
Thanks, RJ.
How do you go about just? Is all this stuff that you provide? Do you buy that stuff in bulk, or is it one-off stuff? Like, where do you get this stuff? And when you produce it, like, how hard is it to get it out to everybody?
So a lot of those were stretch goals that I had, left over from my campaign.
Nice one, Brian. Waiting until I start making the blue gestures and then dropping me suddenly.
I didn't do that. That was Pops. That was not me.
Fucking Pops, you asshole.
I did it.
So when you have a campaign, when it starts out, you've got all this stuff and you like order this stuff, you like save up and you do a capital investment on yourself, like a venture capitalism type thing on yourself.
No, not really. It's just that, say you have like a certain amount that you need for the book. Say you need like maybe $3,000 for the book, and then the stretch goal is like maybe $3,000, 100, and then you get a card, and then 200's a sticker, and then 300's a button, and then $3,000, 400's another card. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the more stretch goals you hit, the more the more money you make, the more stretch goals you hit, the more cards and tchotchkes you can get people, you know?
Yep. The more stuff that people get.
I'll just rip through them all real quick. Look at
is that badass?
That's a Death Metal Heroes card right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Hell
yeah. I mean, the question is like, you know, you get the money, you find the people, they produce these things for you. And so basically you're just shopping around for places to spend the money that was given to you so that you can produce this stuff.
100% correct.
Yeah.
I hate to disappear right after you guys drop me in, but I actually have to take care of some stuff. You guys kind of chatted a while, so
okay.
I'm gonna have to jet on you guys. But
that's okay.
No, badass art all around. I love this. I probably not because my husband was supposed to be leaving in the morning, and we're getting snowed in, and we're trying to figure out what to do to get him back to work and stuff. So,
where are you?
I'm over in the Dakota area in the Black Hills.
Oh,
wow.
Okay. All right.
Old West territory for sure.
So I'll talk to you guys later, but have some fun.
All right, peace out. Good seeing you.
Bye.
Good to meet you.
Bye, Rose. Look at that.
Oh, that's so cool.
Mark Marianelli, otherwise known as 6 a.m. Con.
Yeah, that's my favorite one he's done. Not just because it's Butch Lever. I just think it's the best one he's ever done.
I think
a couple of those extra.
I think you might be right. I think you might be right, brother. I think you might be right.
Do you have like an amount of hours you spent on each of these?
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. But this has been over like the last 2 campaigns, so it's been over like the last few years. So if people were
can you give me like hours on that one?
Trading cards.
Oh, okay. For that one probably took about 20 hours.
Okay.
Stats on the
maybe 30 hours, something like that.
Yeah, and what are you using for it? Like, what do you like? Are you traditional? Do you go pencil paper and then scan it in, or do Photoshop on it, or do you go straight from like?
Bitchin'.
Man,
I do pencil, ink, then I scan it into Photoshop, and then I do colors on there, and then I also do like the borders for the cards and whatnot. I have like a template for the cards that I use. Then I just take that over there, flip it on the back, and then I start adding stats and story to the back of the cards.
Baby.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Thanks, man.
How long did this take you, Matt?
That took me probably about an hour.
Dude, that's beautiful.
Damn.
Maybe 45
Yeah,
minutes.
that is pretty good for an hour. That's awesome.
Sim shit, dude.
Yeah, this like Rich coming in here and just doing a drawing in a quick show, quick drawing in a show, and it's a quick drawing, ends up looking like that, all badass. Look, there's some talent.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Not a
Have
doubt,
you
man.
guys ever
Not a doubt.
Have you guys ever watched? Have you guys ever watched Box Office Artist?
Yeah, he's a badass.
Yeah, he does that time stuff. Yeah, where he does like this is how long it takes for like 5 minutes or like an hour and then 5 minutes and all that stuff.
He's a superstar. He's a rock star, dude.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
And ZHC, you know ZHC?
I don't think
his
so.
buddy. He's great too.
No, see, that's the thing. I'm like I'll see a guy and I'm like, yeah, watch him a little bit, and then I'll go. The rabbit holes go all over the place. I have not seen that guy.
Well, what I love about people like that is that they're helping inspire other artists because they're demystifying the process, right? Because I can't stand it when people have knowledge and they hoard it for themselves because they just have to make themselves feel more special, right? As opposed to being like, no, this is simple. Here, you can do this too. Here, like and breaking down like the nuts and the bolts, because that's what enables people to strive and achieve and just keep leveling up. And like I said, I just see people, Matt being one of them, just keep leveling up, and that's so much fun.
Yeah,
I'm sure you guys.
Like one of the great things about like conventions and going to classes and stuff like that, you like watch somebody like how he weathers, and that's not necessarily the only way to how to weather or how to draw or anything like that. This is my technique. If it makes sense to you, stick around. I can show you some more stuff. If not,
you guys
doesn't mean that you don't.
I'm sure you weren't watching this morning or the opening couple hours of the show, but we had Sifu
Rich?
Curtis Fujita and Patrick Lugo, the Comics Fu guys, were here.
Okay.
And we were talking about that very thing about passing knowledge on, because Curtis was asked by his sensei, who was an old school dude that taught him in Chinatown, and dude asked him to take the art outside of Chinatown to, you know what I mean? It's like, don't just keep it here, take it out to the world. Now, he has a online, because COVID kind of forced them to shut the doors at the dojo.
Yeah.
He has like an online course now for Kung Fu, it's like for basic moves, obviously, in training.
Nice.
But in his comic, it's all choreographed from actual fight moves. Nice. And he will show you how to do the moves in the comic.
Oh, that's so.
dope.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's so
I love
cool,
that
man.
shit.
That
I'm
reminds
about-
you of the.
Oh,
That
I
reminds
love
you of
that.
the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles martial arts manual, which actually was useful. Actually, taught you like the basic
dope as fuck.
moves with a nunchaku, with a sai, with a katana,
yeah.
with a bow staff. Yeah,
That would be
yeah.
killer if you like. Yeah, I love that book. I have
So you
kicked
want the
so
best
much ass
news out
because
of
of that book.
B? You want the best news out of that?
Yeah.
We're going to be bringing their show to the network.
Oh, hell yeah. It's
Hell
gonna be
yeah.
fun to watch.
Comics Fu Show. You're going to
Oh,
get
that's
Kung
awesome.
Fu and comics from two people that actually are masters at both.
Oh my God! Oh, that sounds awesome, dude. I was such a. I mean, you know, when I was growing up, of course, there were the monster comics. That's what got me into comics. But I
Right.
also Kung Fu was like very popular at the time,
Yes.
and so Marvel had Deadly Hands of Kung Fu, Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, Iron Fist. But Deadly Hands of Kung Fu, of course, was my favorite because it was like
Well,
a
we were
big
kind of
black and
talking
white
about
magazine.
not so much the actors, but the characters played.
Yeah,
Who kind of was your favorite character played by somebody in a kung fu movie?
right.
And it was like, you know, everybody like always goes for the star, right? Jackie Chan, Jet Li, blah, 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 whoever, right?
Yeah, yeah.
John fucking Saxon in Enter the Dragon, dude.
Yeah.
Roper,
That's
man.
my dude right there. Come on, man.
Was that okay?
He
Was
nut
that?
punched Bolo. Come on, man.
I know.
Yeah, no. Was that his name in $6 Million Man?
I don't.
You
think
called him
so.
Roper.
Yeah, Roper's the name of
Yeah, it's
Saxon's
John
character.
Saxon.
Yeah.
but Roper
Oh,
was-
okay. Sorry, you caught
No,
me.
it's okay.
I don't know that. I remember seeing him in the movie. And
There's
the
no
first
shame
time I
in
saw
that.
him, I'm like, some
that's
people were
cool.
like, "Hey, that's the father in Nightmare on Elm Street." I'm like, "No, that's Steve Austin's best friend / android."
Yeah. No, it
Oh,
wasn't.
Saxon
Oscar
was
Bolo.
all up in a lot of stuff, man. And a
Yeah,
lot of
but I
movies.
didn't know. Like I don't think anybody in that movie
That's-
didn't know martial arts, which means he
No,
trained.
they were there for a kung fu tour.
Right.
No. I mean, like the actors themselves.
Actors all had
Oh
talent.
yeah.
Yeah, like there's no like this that everything you saw him do was him doing it.
Well, Saxon was a student of Bruce
Of
Lee.
Bruce Lee.
Yeah, that was.
And-
I didn't know that. It's like one of those things
As
where,
was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, which is
Right.
like Kareem is in Game of Death.
Right.
I
And
saw
leaves
that.
big
He
fucking
gets to the
footprint
tower.
on Bruce's chest. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then what else is there? There's one other one where man, that sidekick put him across the room too.
Oh,
Jim
you're
Kelly,
talking
is that
Enter
him?
the Dragon when he put it to when he put
Man,
it to
you come right out of a comic book.
yeah.
Yeah.
I love
There,
it.
there was another one, but I can't remember. We'll get back to it.
So much great shit. And also, you know, it's difficult to be growing up as a horror fan. I also was a kung fu movie fan because on Saturday mornings and afternoons they would show a horror movie, usually like a Hammer film, like one of the Draculas
Yep.
or one of the Frankensteins,
Yeah.
and then they would show a
Chinese
kung fu
movie.
movie,
Yep.
Yeah.
right? And so
Yeah.
I love me some Shaw Brothers, and that's great news, Pops. And we
Dude,
need more
good
kung fu
stuff.
comics. And there's one actually that I want to do that I can't talk about because
I love
it's
seeing martial arts in comics, like just
Me too.
when they break it down. I think like Mike Barron was doing that a lot with his Badger books. I never
I
read his
was
Badger
saying.
book,
Yeah.
but
he
like
did.
Yeah, of
I've
course.
seen that, and because I've been watching his videos whenever I get a chance. I got to catch up on like backlogged on a lot of his videos. Very great YouTube show he's got.
Fantastic.
But I love seeing just fight scenes, bro. Like me
Yeah, me too.
again, I'm a greenhorn in the comic book making, but when I'm doing like that's to me, it gives me a fucking headache coming up with like new fight scenes, and I'm trying to learn how to draw them and like do something original that I haven't seen too at the same time.
Yes.
But I love it. Like the end result, like even if like, oh, it might not be good, but to me, I'm like, okay, that's passable. But it's so dope, dude. I love seeing fight scenes. People
Me
whooping
too.
ass in comics, like
Yeah,
specifically,
and
like, the
especially
moves
when
that
they're
doing, you know?
authentic.
When they're
Check
not
out
by a great artist, it's so cool.
Yeah. Because
Check out the comments though.
Oh yeah.
There it
The
is.
comments. Check out the comments
Thanks,
though.
brother.
I'm an expert martial artist and have thought about doing similar comic project. My instructor was trained by the Inasanto family.
Oh,
do it, man.
Kali. Nasty,
I
nasty
love that.
martial art, man. Brutal.
Dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
Then
when you guys ever
Santo,
see a
of
fight
course,
scene or a
was-
gunfight in a comic, you know what I mean? Like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I mean,
all these comic nerds got bullied when they were young, and they all learned how to kick ass.
Yeah, right. They fucking black belted up, dude.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, for me, martial arts has always been exercise, and because for me, if you're going to exercise, you have to choose a type of exercise that's not boring, because if it's boring, you're going to find an excuse not to do it. Right?
Yeah.
And I've never been a serious martial artist. I've always just been a dabbler. Right? That's to say, I would always even as recent as like 2 years ago, would be like, okay, well, that always looked like a cool weapon. How do you use it? Right? And then order the weapon, get it, learn how to use it. And it's just fun.
Yeah.
And it's good for your head too. It's good for it helps you center. It teaches you discipline, and then of course there's that magic moment where you're performing the same move for the 10 billionth time, and that one time you suddenly something clicks and you get it, and you're just like, now I got it.
Yeah, it's almost like learning a different language or learning a musical instrument. After a while, it just becomes second nature. Yeah,
and like I said, it's just it's fun. So you're not going to be like, I don't understand how motherfuckers can hang out on a Stairmaster.
See, and this is what
up, Dave?
For me, the funnest part of this.
Hey, my stunt double's here.
Look, we expanded the network, right? We started doing now we got everything going on here. We got the horror movie club. We got the comics food show. We got gaming. We got draw streams. We got talk shows.
I got to get better with that for sure.
I'm having a blast up in here now, dude. That's
what it's about, man. Look, if you're not having fun doing this shit, go home, do something else.
Yeah.
You guys have been on for an hour and a half. I am ashamed of myself.
No, we've only been on the horror show for a half hour. We had a draw stream before that.
Oh, is that for real?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right.
This is CRoM Con. We just blended this whole show together with CRoM Con. So
okay.
All right. Yeah, next week it'll be its normal.
All right. No. I mean, I know that the show got shoved over to 8 or to Saturday, and
that's for you.
That was for Matt.
That was
for Dave.
But it actually kind of works. I mean, I got all my errands done. The wife made a really nice pot of chili. I just got done with that. Interesting stuff happening in the neighborhood that I don't really feel comfortable going on about until after the thing is over with. But I'm glad to see everybody here.
Good, glad to see you too. And
I was doing my homework last night. I still have all my tabs up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Homework's important, man. And, the internet makes it so easy. You don't have to go to the library for everything.
I know.
And,
I used to have a file cabinet of reference material. No longer.
Oh, my God. Photocopies. I'm going to go to the library and photocopy everything. Yep. I could just hop just a quick Google search. I've got full diagrams of Zeppelins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
And the same thing. And that wasn't that long ago for Butch Cleaver. I was just photocopying cathedrals at the library and had a whole manila folder. I still have it, but I still keep them. They're cool.
I keep all that shit, dude. I keep all that shit. I've got filing cabinets.
Since you missed this, since you were late and you probably missed this, check this.
Yeah, man.
I recognize him. Where have I seen him before?
That's Butch fucking Cleaver.
I know. I'm on book 2. I'm like 3/4 of the way through book 2, which I gotta say it's an easier read than book 1.
Nice.
Well,
I remember saying this. I believe I took down my review and my unboxing videos because I realized that I wasn't good with any of them. Hey, what's up? What's up, Caesar? Well, niece.
Yeah, it's niece.
I'm looking at a small window.
Yeah. My daughter, his niece.
Hello.
Oh, check it. Wait. Show, dude. Brian's T-shirt is kick-ass. It is.
It is. And
yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Junji Ito.
It's like one of my favorite shirts.
One of his favorite artists. She's got all the books.
What is
she's in the manga too?
He's getting lots of love right now, and there's a Netflix series coming out.
She reads right to left all the time.
Yeah,
no shit.
I get it confused whenever I pick up an American English book. Coming back, I'm like, this doesn't seem right.
I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen to this generation. I knew it.
Yeah.
You can
But
get
Brian's T-shirt is Geiger and stuff. It's an HR Puffin stuff Geiger. Oh, I love it.
HR Puffin stuff Geiger.
HR Geiger
awesome.
And he's got that stupid singing flute coming out of the mouth.
Yeah, yeah, I love it. No, you don't know what that means.
Well, because I saw RJ rocking this.
Yeah.
I saw RJ rocking this, and I was like, dude, that's dope. I would wear that. Where'd you get it?
Yeah.
And he was like, I made it. I'm like, well,
make another one.
Well, now those websites come out. Yeah, like I have a few dozen of my own shirts somewhere in a box in another part of the basement. But I need to get that Teespring thing happening so that I don't have to worry about fulfilling all that stuff. And I heard somebody say that T-shirts is an issue. T-shirts is hard. I'm thinking probably not. I mean, you can, because I've seen Yellow Flash have his links at the bottom of his channel for the longest time, right?
Yeah, right. They just handle everything for you.
Yeah,
this came from Sticker Mule.
Yep.
Ooh, yeah, Sticker Mule's
really?
bomb, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, they make all my
Sticker
stickers.
Mule, Sticker Robot.
Wait a minute. What was that? What is that?
What is that? Oh, I see tail. I see a head.
It was a horny dog for some reason. He was standing perpendicular on the other one trying to do something. I'm like, you're not even.
Look at that tail going.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, no, see, that's actually that's Link, right? In the back.
No, that's Mikey. This
the
one's
tail.
Mikey. Oh, yes, this is Link right here.
Yeah. And that Link is a smaller version of Cooper. It's about 50 pounds lighter than our dog.
Yeah.
Same tail, same curly tail. It's weird.
Okay. I gotta do something with this guy. I'll be right back.
Oh man, little dog, big bark.
I know, dude.
Feed me, yo.
Step away, have a smoke, have a drink.
Oh, he's coming in for smooches.
No, he's coming in to bite. I know that.
I know.
He's going in for that carotid artery.
Remember, Jeff, you have to feed those things.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go do that now.
I know that dog right there. Look, that's Zeus. That's Zeus. I know that dog. See, they just love to play.
Now, see, one of my errands today was to go pick up some volume for Bear so that I can give it to him the night before and 2 hours before his next vet visit.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Double
so he can get his nails cut. He has to be tongue hanging out of his mouth high before he can get his nails cut. And I'm like, this is not good. I need to be able to do it myself. I need to be able to, I need to have doggy knockout drops with, that same morphine shit that they gave to that kid in Saving Private Ryan, where you just jab him and squeeze it, and he's
just
out.
Give him some Dramamine, that stuff that they give him so you can put them in the car and drive, and they won't puke all over the place. It makes them all drowsy and shit.
Every time I pick this up, I hear people saying give him Benadryl, give him Dramamine, give him all kinds of and I'm like, I'm down. I am a down cat. I'll give him whatever it takes.
Dramamine
is
over the counter stuff. It's not. It's just to help.
You don't have to have that Walmart person come up and say it's okay to buy this in the self-checkout aisle.
No, you don't need it. What's up, Shadow? What's up, brother?
Hey, Shadow.
What up, Shadowhawk?
Get onto these cons.
I'm digging this poster, bro. It reminded me of
that poster. That poster says it all, doesn't it?
So
he loves that shit, right? The director.
Did we already talk about what an asshole it is for him to leave his beautiful wife up in that cabin alone when he knows exactly what's happening?
I almost feel like he sent him there, but we haven't gotten there yet.
No.
Whoops.
A little
bit. My wife.
A little. Okay. All right. Let me.
The internet is forever.
Let me start with a little history lesson about tonight's movie. Tonight's movie is Zombie 2. Now, why is it called Zombie 2? That's because, the American title, of course, you all know it as Zombie because it was released here as Zombie. In Europe, the original title of this movie was Zombie 2. That is because the original title of Dawn of the Dead, when it was released in Europe and Scandinavia, was Zombie.
Right.
Okay.
The reason for that is because when George Romero made Dawn of the Dead, Dario Argento found out and was like, "Hey, man, I'll throw in I'll because he found out that Romero was making it for very little, right? They was going to make it for maybe I don't know, maybe a couple $100,000 or something."
Mhm.
And Argento was like, "Dude, I'll get you a $2 million budget."
Oof.
And he flew Romero and his entire family to Rome and put them up for a year while Romero worked on the screenplay. Now, the deal that they had was that when the movie was completed, Romero was going to be able to make his own cut that would be released in the United States, and Argento was going to be able to make his own cut that would be released in Europe and Scandinavia. That Argento cut, as it's known nowadays, or the European cut as it used to be known, was called Zombie. Now, the Italians, of course, were always quick to pick up on a trend. If there was an American movie that was successful, they had a rip-off out like that.
Yes,
spaghetti westerns.
So, Blood came out. It was a big hit. They had a bunch of First Blood rip-offs. Rambo, of course, came out. They had a bunch of Rambo rip-offs. Escape from New York was a hit. Mad Max was a hit. They nearly turned Mad Max into its own genre.
Yep.
So tried to. They did it. It's done.
Didn't Chris Christopherson do a stupid wasteland type movie?
Well, he did Knights, but that was American.
I tell you, we were talking about this, I think, last night or the night before. There's nothing better than Warrior of the Lost World. That is the awesomest, worst, laughable, get your rubber diapers.
This better trash. Because here's the thing that I always go off about the Italians, right? The Italians were their sweet spot. The golden age of Italian cinema is the same as the American golden age of cinema. That's to say, it's about roughly 1968 to 1982, maybe charitably speaking, 1984. Right? And at that time, if you put me on a desert island and said, that great hypothetical desert island we're always talking about, if you put me on a desert island and said you can only watch movies from one country for the rest of your life, it would be Italy in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even have to think twice about it, because I'm like, the best Westerns, the best horror movies, the best trash, the best art films, right?
Yeah, it's fun, huh?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that even their trash was delicious. Even their shit
fun.
was tasty.
This movie was pretty horrific, dude. Like, it had that slow build. You know what I'm talking? The construct.
A real sense
it
of
took
dread.
a while, too. I watched it this morning. I watched it on my phone. I fell asleep last night. I was going to watch it on the 60-inch, but I fell asleep. I had to watch it this morning. But, oh, my God, the dread in this motherfucker. Like, this building and building.
Yeah, I just got done watching it a little bit before the show started. The TV went out, and I'm like, I've done this before, so I popped it on the bed, unscrewed it, replaced the fuses, put it back, and started. Well, I was watching it on this computer, and then I'm like, I got to fix the TV.
Yeah,
so
I gotta rewatch
it's a
it on
Samsung
TV,
Plasma from way back. It weighs a lot. I had to have Sarah help me take it off the dresser.
Oh my God!
I was surprised how good it was, though. The story, the story,
yes,
yeah, it was.
I mean, the plot, but the story, I didn't expect it to be that good.
Yeah,
it was. It was a good story, but did it not leave something to be desired as far as execution went and pacing?
Yeah,
intelligent women
that
to know how to scream for help when something is going wrong. That they didn't have any of that.
The one thing that I remember while I was watching it last night, it was like during the the climax, that Molotov cocktails don't do anything in this movie, because they threw 4 or 5 of them, and it was always the first. It was like every time they threw one, they threw the first one, and it was like, okay, there's the explosion for the first one, and then they threw the second one, and it was as if the first one had not done anything, and then they threw the third one, and it was still.
I think what he's trying to say is the Molotov cocktails didn't do much because
cause damage
they're
or
filled
make
with
fire
wine.
or something. Yeah, I know it was details, but
what year was this again, Brian? It was 1982.
1979.
Okay.
79.
So I was keeping in mind too that like this was proto zombie, like before all the zombie fuckery came out. You know what I mean?
Oh my god!
So I knew that. I was like, okay, these guys were doing new shit. Like the whole island thing, the whole island scenario, like that was terrifying, dude. And
yes.
Well, there's nowhere to go. Just the idea, as long as you remember that's the thing, that it's an island and there is no escape.
Oh shit.
Well, okay. So the way that Italian horror movies and exploitation movies worked was that they would go to trade shows. That is to say, the producers, they would go to trade shows and they would have a bunch of posters for movies that didn't exist, and the distributors would like a regular convention would walk by, look at the posters, and be like, "Oh, that looks great. Like, when are you coming out with that? I'll take that." And they'd be like, "Yeah." And so then they would go home.
So it was crowdfunding.
Yeah,
sort of. So they would go
West.
That's awesome.
So they would go home.
Matt and I are both like, "Oh yeah, it's like Wimpy. It's like Wimpy and Popeye. I would like a hamburger today that I would gladly pay you for on Tuesday."
So
I would gladly.
So these motherfuckers, man, they would go home, and whatever poster got the most attention, that would be the movie that they would make. And they would call up Dardano Sacchetti was like the guy, was like the machine. He wrote so many of these movies, including this one. And they would be like, "Okay, we're making a movie. Yeah, that poster. We're going to send you the poster. We need the script in 2 weeks." And so that's how this movie happened. They wanted a sequel to Dawn of the Dead. At the same time, they didn't want to get sued,
right?
Because they had been making a bunch of these ripoffs, right? One of them is called The Last Shark. That was so much like Jaws, such a carbon copy, that Universal stepped in and was like, "Okay, now you got to stop."
Like,
was it a shark with a laser on his head?
No.
Laser beams.
Laser beam on his freaking head.
That movie you can watch, by the way, The Last Shark. You used to only be able to get that on Japanese Laserdisc. It's on Tubi now, and I highly recommend it. It's fucking hilarious.
Tubi is ruining the whole underground got it, need it, got it trade. Like there's nothing that's
good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, because you know why? It used to be that deviants like me would have to like get VHS copies of Japanese laser discs with like the hard-coded subs and everything. Now, if you're a horror fan and you're just coming up and you're curious about this stuff, boom, it's right there.
So you don't instant access doing all that extra work.
Yes.
Legwork.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, so there are a lot of OG fans that are like, "Oh, these young whippersnappers, they don't have to like deal with all the crappy VHS rips and all that stuff." It's like, no, that's good, right?
I would like to know where is the Tubi for all the Grateful Dead live tapes that used to get traded back and forth by people who followed the Dead.
I could give a rat's ass.
I see Pop's laughing over there, like he knows what I'm talking about.
Kind of boring, dog.
I got this.
I never got into it.
I held my quarter out.
I like my folk music, but it's like,
oh, it's horrible. The
Grateful Dead music is horrible. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, it's boring.
Yeah,
it is. Fuck.
It is.
Dude, I don't listen to the Grateful Dead, but I went to 2 shows because that's what you do.
Oh yeah. No, I know people that went to the Grateful Dead shows because they were like drug supermarkets.
Yeah.
Basically it was. I mean, it was. Going to a Grateful Dead show is literally like going to another country.
Right.
Yeah, where everybody dances like they're trying to keep orbs of slime from falling to the floor.
Hail. Countless Corpse podcast. Thanks for stopping. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, seriously. Thanks, Countless. Man. Everybody
thank you, Countless Corpse.
Everybody that's tuning in, thank you so much. We do appreciate you.
Brian, check it out. That's Michael Nunneley. He's the one that runs the ORP show that we do on the network and the D20 game. That's the Fellowship of the D20. That's also those guys.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Man, I'm still catching up with all the shows that are.
It's a big network, dude. It's
Yeah, they're bringing three.
Straight up, like
he's bringing 3 shows to the network. So we got a lot of stuff going
huge
on.
network.
That's coming in from. Is that coming in from Facebook?
No,
he's
I'm not seeing
watching
it in
on my
YouTube
YouTube.
chat.
It's on YouTube.
Okay.
I gotta ask you
We're
guys a
on
question.
3 different YouTube channels. We're on Twitch. We're on Twitter. We're in 2 different Facebook groups and on my own personal Facebook.
You have a third arm growing out of your back?
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
good,
I'm just checking because I thought I recognized you from that Bernie Wrightson thing I have.
Matt, you were going to say something, B?
About this movie, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody because they're always talking about voodoo, right? Did you ever see any of the locals practicing voodoo at all?
No.
Or doing it?
No.
You just hear them, right?
No.
You just hear the drums.
You just hear the drums, right? And I'm like, hey, dude, that's something I got to ask Brian about because I was drawing. I ain't gonna lie, when I was watching this, I was keep going back and forth drawing, looking at it,
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, that's fucking badass. You don't see these motherfuckers doing the voodoo. You just hear them.
Yes.
I'm like, I hope it's like that. You just hear them. It just makes it scarier.
Yeah, you think it would have been it would have been something to see, just like that Scooby.
Well, I don't want to see them. I think it's scarier that you don't see them.
It
personally.
is. It is. It is.
That, and then there's the science of it. So they're proto-science, proto-mysticism, religion with their zombification in this zombie genre.
Right.
Before everybody, dude. They're doing 2 things at once. They're doing Resident Evil mixed with Serpent in the Rainbow and Night of the Dead came before it. But
it occurs to me during the stream that Zack Snyder would have been paying homage to this movie at the end of his Dawn of the Dead.
You're right. You're right, brother.
You think?
No, that would actually not be him.
Official or anything like that, but it makes sense that
Yeah.
This being on
Actually,
an
that would be
island.
James Gunn. That would be James Gunn because
Ooh.
there's no way that Zack Snyder ever saw this movie. James Gunn definitely did.
James Gunn didn't direct Dawn of the Dead remake.
He wrote it.
Oh, he did. Okay. Well,
He probably
in any
seen
case,
it, though, Brian. He probably seen it.
They would have.
He's done 2 zombies.
Whether he saw it or whether he
I haven't
didn't see
seen the
it,
second
they
zombie
had
movie.
to
He
have.
probably didn't see it, dude.
Yeah, they were talking.
It is zombie.
Right. Well, check this out.
Pretty mainstream.
Lucio Fulci's movies made their way to the United States at a time when video stores were everywhere, but there wasn't a lot of product on the shelves. This is because Hollywood was not releasing its movies on VHS because they thought, oh my God, if people can watch movies at home anytime they want, they're going to stop going to cinemas. Duh, right? But this is what they thought. So these mom and pop video stores, they had to put something on their shelves.
Yeah.
So what they ended up doing was they ended up putting tons and tons and tons of Italian horror, sleaze, and exploitation movies because those came out and went direct to video. Now, Fulci is somebody that a lot of people, including myself, thought was, I wouldn't say a hack, right? Because a hack isn't a bad writer or creator. It's somebody that doesn't give a fuck, right? But I thought that he was, let me put it this way. He had a reputation for being a gross out artist. When his movies then came out on DVD and like around 2000, he went from, his reputation went from hack to genius overnight.
Yeah, I can see that. His fucking Foley is immaculate. His fucking Foley alone, it just creates dread and fucking horror, dude. Like and some of the stuff is just too much. Just for little stupid shit, his Foley, you know.
This movie,
I'm like, wow, I love it because I love the over the top shit. But he goes over the top with his Foley. This is his little drops of blood and things like that. Like it's all loud, over the top.
Fulci's horror movies are cranked up to 11, right? Now, Fulci was a journeyman Italian director, right? So if you were an Italian director, what you were doing was you were making whatever they were making at the time, right? So he was making spaghetti westerns when they were making spaghetti westerns. Then when they were making crime films, well, he only did one Poliziotteschi called Contraband, which is also gnarly. It's got some Fulci-esque gore in it. But when horror came back in favor, that is when he found his sweet spot. And he ended up making a series of horror films that are widely regarded as classics. Zombie, for instance, or Zombie 2, or Zombie Flesh Eaters, whatever the heck you want to call it, may have been a Dawn of the Dead knockoff, but it really has very little in common.
Right. Yeah, I didn't get that out of it at all. I got nothing whatsoever. No.
And in many respects, like for instance, the special effects and the makeup in this are better than the special effects.
Groundbreaking.
Mm-hmm. The zombies look like they came out of the
eye with worms coming up out of the dirt.
That was innovative. I love that. It's such an I wouldn't say call like out of the box. But like, wait a minute, why are we trying to make worms when we can just put worms on? Like, wait, go exactly that right there. Yeah, that's right that. Always, I stared at that. That's the movie poster. That's the tape box cover.
Yeah,
there's a guy that I work with who's about twice my size. I wouldn't say that. He's not that big, but we're about the same age. I remember him telling me that this movie he ended up watching is one of the things that he just like tripped over when he was a kid. Yeah. And freaked him out. Like gave him nightmares.
Yeah.
It just gave him absolute nightmares. And I was like, Tom, really?
Yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah,
where are we going out to eat next? But
I remember seeing every time I watched this when I was a kid, I would have trouble sleeping that night. And I always thought it was interesting because I thought, wow, that's like a really kind of a goofy, silly movie. Why am I having trouble sleeping?
Because your brain doesn't know if it's scientific or if it's a fucking voodoo or not. It's pretty brilliant. It leaves it open.
It is. It is. Well, in Night of the Living Dead...
Did your dream have bad pacing?
Not at all.
All right, just checking.
But it's a build, though. It's a slow build brood, though.
It is.
And it pays off. When you get to that climax,
and I knew it was going to hit. I knew that shit was going to hit hard, dude. I was like, this shit's taking a minute. I would pause it and see where it was going. Like, okay, we're an hour in. Okay,
for me, the most ingenious part of the whole thing was the radio signals at the end. That disembodied voice that's telling you haven't made it there yet. But there's no world to come back to.
Regardless,
you're the last ship. And one of them is on there with you.
There were cars on the bridge. Now, I know zombies don't know how to drive, but they're probably all leaving in different directions because they were going both ways. Right. That's one of the I know that there's like a lot of suspension of disbelief that needs to be suspended to be believed.
Yes.
But I thought, as far as the props go, that eye stab was awesome. Now I realize like as they're holding onto the hair, there's no tension because she's the one guiding the motion because it's her eye. But
we're going to look at that very closely.
Let's do that.
Yeah, definitely. But that side shot where the light comes through, you're like, I can see through the cornea of that eye.
Yes.
It was a little campy when the thing ripped over this way.
Right.
But overall, that was awesome
for its time. Right? Sure. Exactly.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think that would hold up now only because again, the light coming through that clear gelatinous.
And because it was a practical effect, it wasn't something like they tried to do in was it Generations or no, whatever it was where Picard gets the needle to the eye.
Oh yeah.
It's like, shit.
This is the most infamous scene. This is the most infamous scene in the film by far.
Oh yeah.
Right, where Dr. Menard's very, very hot wife is by herself, and zombies interrupt her shower.
You're married to that? You don't deserve that.
I'm gonna go fuck with some zombies. I'll be back.
I know.
That's seriously.
That's Olga Carlatos, and you notice that she was a very beautiful woman, but she also had very striking eyes.
Yeah, her eyes are very intense.
And then one of them got struck.
Yeah.
No, seriously, if that's your wife and you know what's going on, don't you just find a boat and leave?
You would
think they were on a boat.
No, not the people that got there. I mean, like, it would be like, yeah, come on in. We got great food. We got great drinks. Olga, come here right now. We're getting on this boat. No, you guys go have a good time. Just go
see you
down
later,
there and be
bite
like
that shit.
De Niro telling, like De Niro telling that chick in Goodfellas, just go down there and go to the left. Just go down there and go to the left. In there. No, we're leaving. I would be leaving.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Drake,
we did this in another movie, The Beyond, right, Brian? We did this in The Beyond with the eye gouge, the slow eye gouge.
Yeah,
that's his thing. Is there a third movie he does this on? The director?
Fulci. Well, I guess New York Ripper. Yeah,
right?
New York Ripper.
That was another one we watched. I could have sworn he did that. He likes the slow eye gouge.
Yeah, you didn't like that one, and it wasn't really a good first Fulci movie. It's not like when it basically, because I had this discussion with my friend Chris. Chris, if you're listening, much love to you, brother. We were having this discussion, like, what do you think is a good gateway drug for Fulci? Like, where would you start somebody?
I say The Beyond.
Fulci. Well, I think that The Beyond is like his magnum opus. Right, and that you kind of like already want to be a little familiar with him, and we both agree that it's this movie. That Zombies
see
actually
that.
the best place to kind
But
of
The Beyond is just like really good, like
so
good. Like I would go
that,
full Beyond, just give it all to him, just give them all, like just give it all to him.
Did y'all do The Beyond yet?
Yeah, we did.
Back in the Disney, like a year ago or something like that.
It's just a lot.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that, dude.
He really builds a world. He really builds a world with that piece. He does with this one too, and it's a slow build. I'm saying it for the third time. Brood, and they really set up the story and the science of what's going on, and you don't know what's going to happen, and it just. I think a lot of horror movies kind of lack from that. They're kind of, I don't know, man. They're just kind of cheesy nowadays and not down to earth with the characters. And this, I believe that these characters existed in 1970, what have you. And I feel like I'm there. I feel like I'm going on vacation with these people and stopping by the island, and I don't know. And it's cheesy.
You remember last night we were talking about Peter Hyams.
Yep.
And one of the last, it was one of the later movies that he did was the Relic.
Yes.
Oh, I love The Relic.
Boat that.
Sorry,
I don't.
I read part of the novel too, Brian.
It's not my favorite, but I've gone back to it 2 or 3 times to figure out. Like it's a guilty pleasure.
Sorry,
but it does that.
Not bad. It's not a bad movie.
No. But it does that thing that this movie does. A boat shows up.
Oh yeah.
The only difference is in The Relic, we know where the boat came from and we know why it's there. In the beginning of the movie, that's where the mystery happens.
Yeah, I remember.
But I wonder. And while I'm watching this, and I'm remembering other horror movies that I've seen in the past, like Dawn of the Dead and the Relic, I wonder, like, how much borrowing really goes on. You know, that they say there's no such thing as an original idea, just an undiscovered way of plagiarizing someone else is really true.
It is. It is. Basically, when the boat shows up in this, it's like the Demeter. Right?
Yeah.
The Demeter rolls into it's a boat that's uninhabited, although, well, I wouldn't say it's uninhabited, but there's no life on board.
This is pretty groundbreaking, bro. Like, was there ever a fucking Caribbean island with zombies on it prior to this?
Yes.
There was one though.
You have to, for that you have to go back to the history of the zombie movie, right?
Okay.
Now, like for instance, we're gonna have a guest on next week. This kid Aaron. And I was like, did you want to come on maybe like tomorrow? And I was talking to him yesterday. I was like, do you want to come on tomorrow? We're doing zombie. Or next week and we can do a werewolf movie since you got a werewolf book. And he was like, I'm not really into zombie movies. Mm-hmm. And that reminded me that now there's fucking zombie shit everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I knew this was a motherfucker zombie movie. So I was like, like Hannibal, what is it? Holocaust 2? Like,
Brian, you can't say back then. You have to say back in the Dizzy, like you always do.
Right.
Back in the
Dizzy.
So
back in the
Giordano
every time you see me looking back like this, it's my wife, and she's smirking on the. She's like.
So Giordano Sacchetti, the guy who wrote the screenplay, wanted to take the zombie back to its voodoo roots. So he was thinking about old school zombie movies like I Walked with a Zombie, Voodoo Island, The Walking Dead, not the new one, the one from 1936. Right?
What the fuck?
Yes. This is when zombies, a lot of people don't know this, but the voodoo zombie is not a flesh eater. This voodoo zombie, all they do is they'll strangle you or beat you to death.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
It was Romero.
That's realistic.
It was Romero that made it into a sickness.
That made them flesh eaters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Made them cannibals.
Right? Yeah. Well, if
you were unlucky, they started eating you a little bit, and then you turn into a zombie. If you're really lucky, they all started eating you, and there was no chance of you coming back.
Well, that's the thing about the slow zombie, and when all of these jerk-offs after the fast zombie thing became a thing, we're
28
like
days later.
Slow zombies aren't. Well, no, those aren't zombies. Those are the infected. They're alive.
Those are with rage, yes.
Right. But the people are like, oh, like slow zombies, they would never be any threat. They're so slow. I'm like, but here's the thing.
Yeah, no, they would.
All they have to do is just bite you.
Yeah, you're infected and it hurts.
Or a scratch.
Then you're fucked.
It's a bite or a scratch, and then that's that. Not only that, but the thing about the slow zombie is that it's the thing. The slow zombie is the same visual horror that
Pepe Le Pew.
Well, I'm having a brain fart.
Pepe Le Pew.
It's slow. It's slow.
Frank.
The monster that comes after you slowly is way scarier than the monster that comes after you quickly.
The Blob.
It's more like a nightmare. Monsters and nightmares don't come after you.
I can't believe I can't remember this guy's name.
Strong feelings from the wife. She agrees with you.
Slow zombies are way better and way more scary.
Word. That's a wise.
Okay, and the psychological thing about the slow zombie is that they're coming at you the way that Stanley Kubrick makes you stare at the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, Fulci makes you stare at the gore. He takes your head by the hair and pushes your face into open wounds.
It's almost like a kid. Like, look at what I did, because it takes a lot of work to put into this thing, and you don't want it to be a part of the backdrop. You know? Look at this cool thing. Look at this cool thing.
In Italy, when they would show films like this, if there was a really great special effect like this, the audience would actually break into applause.
Yeah. Okay.
They'd be like, "Oh, that
sure."
"Oh, that looked great."
I do that every time I see one of Jeff's Kid Bash Federation videos. No one can hear me because it's just
working on it.
Me, but the thing with the fast zombies, though, I heard, and the only person I ever heard say this where it made sense was John Leguizamo saying that the fast zombie is the fast zombie because rigor mortis hasn't set in yet.
As Romero said,
that's what I agree with. You know,
as Romero said, well, yeah, like the fresh zombie at the beginning.
The fresh
of
zombie. Like if I was going to do a zombie book, the ones coming out of the ground, you're going to kick their fucking head off. The second ones, like whatever, it's the fresh ones. It's once the plague is fully, like people are getting bitten by each other and they're fresh and they're coming at you. Then they're fast and they can fuck you up. Then that's scary. That's how I would build my zombie story if I was going to do it. I would do it creepy and slow and gothic and dark and boom, 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 and then it would turn into like fast, like
but when somebody throws in rigor mortis, that's like the guys that write The Expanse talking about the science of space and why it works the way it does. Yeah, and like that's nice, that's smart. Thanks for making it. Thanks for that texture.
Thank you for respecting the audience.
Right, that's what's known as hard science fiction.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Your
let's
science
take a quick
fiction
look
is so hard.
Let's take a quick look at the trailer here.
Yeah.
I'm delicious.
Make sure you pause it, Brian.
What was that?
Make sure you pause it.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to get them strikes. This is like an electric. It's like an electric company skit. Z.
Is this Goblin?
No, it's actually Fabio Frizzi.
Okay.
What? E. Zombie.
I liked it though.
Zombie motherfucker.
Today's show brought to you by the letter Z.
Brought to you by the letter Z O M B I E. See what I'm talking about? Every time one of those things hits the ground, there's no fire.
Hold up now. If you throw the Molotov cocktails 15 feet in front of your target, he's not going to do anything.
Like I'm saying.
You got to drop those right at their feet, man.
Did you notice
but there's still going to be a fire after you throw the first one. There's a fire. And then when you throw the second one, you're throwing it where the first one landed, where there should be fire, you're gonna eat up zombie.
I hated this.
Ah, my face.
That was the fun right there.
Yeah,
I love this part. There's no explicit sex, therefore,
but there is a deep sea diver.
Do you know why this trailer has this?
Because it was in Europe and they wanted to make sure that they could bring their children.
No, this is for the American trailer. This is the American trailer.
Oh wow! Wait,
Yeah.
does the Italian version have sex? Let's watch that one.
The movie Zombie was released unrated in the United States because they knew that if they showed it to the MPAA, those are the people that rate the films, they would have given it an X, right? Now you could show the shit on TV and nobody would blink. But back then, no way. And so it was easier to get an unrated movie into a mainstream theater than an X-rated one.
That makes sense.
It's the same way that explicit lyric sticker on your record means more record sales.
Oh yeah, check this out.
I love it.
Yeah, it's not fucking awesome. This is some William
They
Castle
didn't give me
thing.
one of those when I went to see The Fly, and I heard things.
Yeah, I guess
It's
that's
still
pretty
a
gross,
barf
dude.
bag. Similar to those used in airline sickness. I would like to know what the difference is between that barf bag and the one they give you in the theater. What this one smells like and looks like a popcorn bag.
Is barf bag the medical term, the medically accurate term for that? No, it's barf receptacle, you dolt.
When you say barf bag, you have to when you say barf bag, you have to use air quotes.
Now, do you notice anything peculiar about this?
Let me guess. Okay, hold on.
Oh yeah. I know the one at the bottom.
It's guaranteed to upset your stomach.
Do not reuse.
Oh Jesus.
That'd be a cool shirt, dude. Like a white shirt.
Oh, I've seen
In
this
red?
as a T-shirt. Oh yeah, you can
okay.
get this as a shirt. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Man, can you imagine
This
how much
barf
these
bag.
go for on eBay?
Where do you find this shit?
You know what's
my
funny about that
man?
zombie with
Because
the
I'm a
with the
fucking
with the
deviant,
maggots
that's
in his eye
why.
socket? That zombie with the maggot in his eye
Yes,
socket.
worm
Those
eye,
are
as he's
the
known.
Spanish, dude. Those are
Yeah,
right.
the
Those are the Spanish.
conquistadors. The
So-
conquistador zombies.
So
Yeah.
Disney ripped this off in the new Jungle Cruise. That's what happens, and then they fucking like make them OP zombies that have superpowers. That's what Jungle Cruise is. Have you seen it?
Jungle Cruise? No.
Yeah, they have fucking dead zombie like like kind of like like in the movie The Mummy. He's like a badass, like the one with Brendan Fraser.
Yeah,
that's how they are. But they're conquistadors. They're out in the jungle and they're zombified. And they come back. I'm like, oh damn, this is
that
a
the
lot
one with,
like
Rocky
The Rock.
Johnson.
Yeah, it was entertaining as fuck. I
Emily
don't give a
Blunt?
fuck. It was
Okay,
fun. It was a
I'll
fun
check
movie.
that out.
You ain't gonna like it. It was fun though. It was a good popcorn. It was a good popcorn movie though. Yeah, like I would have liked it in the theater. It was like Pirates of the Caribbean.
That green and yellow, that green and yellow poster where the zombies are walking towards the church. Do you have that? Can you go to that real quick? Because
this
I
poster-
thought that after studying some things about like the framing and light and layers and composition, that somewhere.
Oh, I like the socks that Lindsay has, by the way.
My favorite is the shadow
the
leading
Tupac
into
socks.
the barn, the barn church.
Tupac socks.
Yeah,
Come on, I know you get. Boy, you have a lot of material on this. I can tell.
man.
Like you can always tell. Like
Very-
the amount of material that Brian has is in total relation to how excited he is about the movie and the upcoming show.
Generally speaking, that would be correct. But remember, this is also a cult classic. This is a very beloved film. It's a very
So
beloved.
right there,
That's my
this
favorite.
one. Okay.
Yeah,
The
that's my
thing that I
favorite
love
too.
about this poster,
It's the body and the lighting, right?
the body and the light.
And the crab, you notice the crab?
Yeah,
I
just
did
chilling down
notice
there.
the crab, and I was like, the
Yeah.
one thing that you really need to look out for when you're on this island is having sex on the beach, because you will get crabs.
You get zombie crabs, bro.
Also,
But
do not
I love that
fucking make out.
that yellow silhouette. There's the head, there's the arms, there's
Body,
the body.
beautifully concept and composition on
Isn't
this
that
one.
great?
This is my favorite one out of all.
Doesn't it
of
make
them.
you wonder if that was on purpose?
sweet.
Do you think it was on? Do you make you wonder if it was on purpose?
Oh yeah, everything on here is
Oh
intentional.
my god, that's awesome.
Yeah, because this is not an old poster. This is a new poster.
Even more so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely beautiful piece right there.
Yeah. This because one of the things I always look for whenever we're covering a movie like this is I look for the fan posters. And I knew when I did that search for this movie, I was going to turn up a metric fuck ton of fan art.
Oh yeah. And this one too, they took the original chapel barn and they stuck it right in there.
Yep.
He or she put it all together perfectly, like probably in Photoshop.
Composition's
Like,
perfect. Yeah,
it's the best one on here, in my humble opinion.
I think.
Yeah, I think so.
At the end of the movie,
I think so. That's why I wanted you to look it up, because I was going to mention this earlier, but just like everything else, tangents upon off ramps and stuff. But I really do like. I appreciate this poster more than the other ones.
Yeah, it's my favorite of the bunch.
At the end of the movie, there was at the end of the movie they were talking about. You could hear that radio broadcast. That is from Night of the Living Dead, isn't it?
No,
or it's from somewhere. It's not from the movie.
It's a fresh. It's a fresh recording.
No, it absolutely is. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the zombies are breaking into the studio.
Yeah, well, I mean, I that didn't sound familiar, but the build up to it did. It sounded really, really familiar, and maybe it's because I had been hearing that from this movie other places.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's from this movie.
It's from this movie.
Okay, cool. That's like
You probably heard it in a White Zombie song.
Yes.
Drawing X in your head.
Make them do it again. Yeah. I've seen this Fangoria poster in Suncoast back like 20 years ago when I was a kid, and I was always that's how I was remembered Zombie, and I would thumb through those Fangoria posters in Suncoast at the mall. Do you guys have Suncoast in the malls back in the day?
Oh yeah, back in the day.
Fucking love that store, bro.
Yeah,
love that store.
What was the other one? Is that Camelot Music?
This issue, by the way, this issue of Fangoria, I had this when I was a kid. I was a freshman in high school, and this got me into heaps of fucking trouble. I was reading this. Yeah. I was reading this because what I would do was I would bring my monster magazines and my comic books and all that shit. I would have that shit in my book bag, and I would read the shit before class. And everybody fucking ridiculed me for it, but I didn't give a fuck because I never gave a rat's ass. Yeah,
exactly.
Them, right? I never tried fitting in because I knew it would just be it wouldn't work.
More trouble than it's worth.
More trouble than and I would be giving up my soul and all the shit I loved for nothing, right?
Yeah.
So my teacher comes up behind me, looks down, sees this, and is like, "Go to the principal's office now." She was enraged. This is my art teacher, right? Sees this.
And your art teacher has no appreciation for art?
Yes. And that's absolutely correct.
It's a state employee, right?
Right. And so she sends me to the principal's office. The principal just kind of shrugs and is just like, yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. So they didn't know what to do with me. So they sent me to the
was it a Catholic school? They would have told you to say some Hail Marys and throw
it would have been a lot easier.
Would have been a lot easier. Would have been a lot easier. But no. This is like a New York suburban public high school. So they send me to the guidance counselor. And I explained, she's like, what's all this about? And I explained to her, I love horror and fantasy and science fiction. I love cinema. I love seeing how cinema's made. I love special effects. I love seeing how the special effects are made.
In other words, I have a direction in life, not like the other kids you talk to.
Right. And you know what this bitch says to me? But Brian, couldn't you please try and be a little more normal?
Yeah.
Don't you try to go fuck yourself?
You want me to make a musical?
Couldn't you try to please a little bit define that?
Yes.
I'll try.
Yes. Hey, Brian. Thanks for sticking to your guns, bro.
Man.
NORM.
I'm a
While we're here now, bro. This is that shit.
Always have been.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
Podcast.
Yeah, well, I mean, because as Stephen King says, eyes are squishy.
Yeah, they are.
And when you get older, it looks like you have soup with eyes in them.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I can't complain. I've had like 20/20 vision most of my life. Now I have to use reading glasses, but there are people that that have to wear glasses from like when they're like
3, like me.
4. Yeah. So I need to shut. I need
I've been
to
wearing since I was 3, dude.
Yeah,
Sucks.
Dude, I got a LASIK
that's what-
consult on the 8th of February. I cannot wait to hear
for
anything.
sure,
at all.
dude. It's like
Really?
a superhuman power to have,
Yeah.
eyes without glasses.
How much
See,
is
this
that?
is why.
The shark scene.
Oh yes,
Guys,
oh,
the
yeah,
shark
oh, yeah.
scene.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then
Yeah, that's
also
pretty
real
cool.
quick,
Who's
I
that?
gotta share this.
That's the homie Brian right there.
Who is that? Who is that scum sucking deviant?
Yeah.
That's me, like plus like 40 pounds before the Rona, before the lockdown.
Is that Mike Murphy?
Doesn't that usually? I heard it was very much the opposite for people in a lockdown.
I know, not for me. I ended up losing a ton of weight, and I never had the Rona, but I just the lockdown.
That's what you get for not canning.
Right. But anyway, it was the local Alamo draft. The local Alamo Draft House was showing this right across the bridge in Yonkers, and so this was for a special series called Prince Prints of Darkness, and Michael Gingold from Fangoria would come in with these actual celluloid films, right, in the cans and everything like that.
Yeah,
now
heavy.
it's all digital, but the Alamo Draft House, they love cinema, and so they're kitted out for everything. And so they, I remember he came in with the cans, and they looked funky. And when we watched the movie, it was toe up. I mean, toe up. This was absolutely, I'm convinced, that had to have been a copy that was playing at a grindhouse at 42nd on 42nd Street when this first came out, and the audience went. It's fucking Zombie. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they announced that they were playing it, the audience just roared, and I was just like, "Oh, there's gonna be a good turnout for this one." And yeah, full house. They sold out tickets.
But bad film quality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And and if I want to watch Zombie in 4K or 2K or whatever,
sure.
Right? I got the DVD, I got the Blu-ray.
Oh no, I understand. You're going for the experience.
Brian,
exactly. What was it like to see that movie? I'm sorry?
Put that picture back up for a minute.
What? Oh, what? One of the what? This one right here?
No, the picture of you that in front of the movie poster.
Oh, okay.
I have observations.
I need that T-shirt.
Yeah, Brian, you look like a different person, bro. You don't even look the same.
A lot of weight, bro.
I have observations to make.
You need to pose.
Aside from the horns and the tongue, there's a dead giveaway who this is. That fucking shirt is classic Christgau.
I was going to say, it is a nice old dried blood color.
Yes, that shirt is classic Christgau. Okay.
And it's not a button down either. It's like got the tunic going down. There's no. Yeah.
It's Old West style, actually. It's like, I don't know. Well, I know why I love clothes that were like, the style of clothes that they had in the late 1800s is because that's the last era of men's clothing where like men's clothes looked awesome. In my opinion.
Yeah. You're men out of time, Brian.
Yeah, pretty much. Always kind of.
What are you doing here? And when I mean here, I mean 2023.
I don't know. I always seem to be like the wrong place, wrong time, right place.
Where would you rather be? I'm going to pull a Marv Levy as I wear my black Buffalo Bills hat. Where would you rather be than right here, right now?
Right.
Yeah. All right.
And so, let's see.
That's a nice shot right there.
Yeah, Richard Johnson.
But I'm telling you, I wish I had the discipline to use that much black in anything.
Hey, do like Mike
Mignola
Mignola
says,
says,
like as an illustration where you trade
when
out
in doubt,
the
brother,
back.
black it out. That's what Mignola says. From
Finch. I
that
heard Finch
makes
say
sense.
That, yeah. When in
When
doubt,
in
black
doubt,
it out.
black it out. I've watched like fucking at least 5 of his interviews or more, maybe 10. I met him.
Finch,
really nice guy.
Dude,
That's
I'm telling you, he's one of those guys. You're like, if you could trade all of the things that you know about art that he doesn't know, You know what I mean? Like vinyl cutting, pinstriping, airbrushing, whatever, and trade all that in for his ability to draw, I would do it.
Oh yeah, me
in a
too.
heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
He, you know, like he said, just keep practicing. You know.
Oh yeah, I mean,
keep studying. That's what he told me. He said, you know, keep studying anatomy. Like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Nice
Oh
guy.
yeah, man. Anatomy is, dude. I got so many books up there.
Never-ending venture, anatomy.
Oh yeah, without
every time I go to get like groceries at Walmart, I'm like, I need to get a full-length mirror. I need to get a full-length mirror just so that I can have something on the other side of the room to look at. Like, how do I do this pose with this thing? Have you ever done?
You draw it. Look at the mirror. Look at the drawing in the mirror too.
Yeah.
If it looks wonky, that's from Frazetta.
Have you ever done this for yourself? You know, and you're like, all right, but it has to be the right hand.
Yeah. You gotta. Well, I do have a full length mirror. I have a wardrobe in one of my rooms. And I'll stand in there and I'll pose and I'll look at it and I'll, does that make sense? And most
the blood's pretty good in this.
Oh, it's the paint. I love the red paint, bro. I'm
Yeah,
all about the red paint.
Well, and you notice how in the scene how the blood is pumping with the heart.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah. The one near the end. At the end with a.
Oh, that's nice. I like that arc.
Right.
Like one of those fountains in Las Vegas.
Yeah, there's no point applying pressure to that. That's severed.
No. You might want to put a little bacitracin on that. It might turn nasty.
Pour some tussin over it.
Yeah, really let that tussin sink in. Funny story about this zombie. Everybody.
I love that. That's awesome.
What?
Funny story about this zombie.
Yes.
That's like the beginning of a chapter. It sounds like a beginning of a chapter in a book.
So this guy, after shooting the scene, decided to go to CBGB, right? The punk rock club, where I spent like half of my 20s and late teens, right? And walked in looking just like this, and nobody batted an eyelash. He said nobody looked at him twice. Now, if I could go back in time, because I'm one of those people where if I had a time machine, I would use it for the dumbest shit.
You had a time machine. You used it to get here. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, no, I would use it to go to like CBGB when this motherfucker walked in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You walked into your time machine and forgot your autograph book and pencil, and you're like, "Fuck!"
The cop, the dead cop in the morgue looked pretty good.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
But now that's
there you go.
Well, you see, that's the thing also about this movie. When it was on a muddy old pan and scan shitty VHS, this movie was way scarier in a lot of respects.
Your imagination filled in all of the stuff that 4K didn't do for you.
Right.
Yeah.
So in this, for instance, there's one shot where you can actually see a little piece of gauze sticking out of like one of the zombies' cheeks. And so what happens is it doesn't make it so much, I don't know, it makes it feel more like a fantasy for some reason.
Okay.
So yeah, then of course, we got patient zero here. You see his hand moving.
And right there, I was watching that on the computer, reassembling the TV while that part was on, and I look over and the sheet starts moving. I'm like, I didn't see where the camera shot came from. I just looked over and I thought, I hope that's a finger.
Hey, go back.
I don't know what is under the sheet there, but I hope.
All right, there we go. All right. Now you can keep talking. No. Whoa. Go back. There we go.
There's leg men, there's breast men, there's butt men, and then there's vagina men.
I don't know why you have to separate all that.
No. It's all good. It's all good.
If you don't separate it, then the babies never get made.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sorry, Brian. That was great. Brian, that was beautiful. Right at the end, you're like, okay. Okay.
Right. So she's going skin diving topless, right? Because she's a European. No biggie. They have you notice also she doesn't have any tan lines.
She just has those two flotation devices.
She's a little red at the top, so she's been out there for a while.
European girls love to look at American softcore pornography because they find it hilarious. They just laugh at all the tan lines.
Yeah.
It's like, why are they wearing why are they wearing tops at the beach? It doesn't make any sense. They're just they're way more chill than we are. Let me put it that way.
The law.
And Ian McCulloch here, evidently when
did he make enough money to get plugs?
When he showed up, Fulci took a look at him.
Matt automatically gets it. He was thinking the same thing while he was watching this. This is the guy with the kind of hair. Anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, it's all good. When he showed up, Fulci looked at him and said, "I remember you having more hair."
Oh,
so he does a little bit of a comb over.
A little bit. It's like that Kingpin comb over Bill Murray did.
This is Tisa Farrow, who was Mia Farrow's sister.
Mm-hmm.
She
Prettier.
made only 2 movies in her entire career. This is one of them. The other one was Zombie Holocaust.
Yeah, I was on
remember that
TV
was it Zombie Holocaust or Zombie Apocalypse? That one of
Cannibal
them
Apocalypse, fool.
Oh, Cannibal Apocalypse wasn't an apocalypse, right?
Right. So that, by the way, is Al Cliver, who I think it was. Oh God, I'm blanking on his name now, but he had a reputation for being a bit of an idiot, actually, like just not a bright guy.
Who among us?
Right. So here we got a shot of a shark, and I'm thinking, oh, like stock footage. By the way, I'm sorry, I'm getting like an echo on somebody.
Let me see. I could leave and come back. I don't know if it's me or not, but
all right. Well,
I'm gonna
you have this open in another like YouTube video, like on another tab. Just mute that tab. That's the YouTube tab.
Yeah, I used to make that mistake.
It wasn't him.
When I started streaming.
Ah.
So now pitching Manny Mona, Yogi Berra. So, God damn it, man!
It's one of those two. It's not me.
All right, no, it's all good. But anyway, okay, ID popped out. It's gonna pop back in.
Yep. There we go.
All right. So.
Still there.
Yeah, still there. God damn it. Here, let me try.
I don't
now pitching. Yeah, it's ID. No, wait, it's not. It's one of you motherfuckers. They're gonna mute you. That's it. I'm muting everybody.
It's not me. It's not me.
Is it you?
I was muted the whole time, so I know it wasn't me.
Ain't me.
No, it's Jeff. I think Jeff is the culprit.
Jeff needs to put on headphones. Put on headphones. The speakers are going into your mic.
Yeah, turn the speakers away from the mic.
My speakers are like way over there.
They're not way far enough. Just
all right, hang on.
We're audio experts. We know all about this stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry because I just get to that shit just distracts me.
I've done nobody for 3 years. I kind of got this figured out.
No, nobody make them feel bad. I exclusively enjoy that privilege.
Oh God.
Here's the okay. So
I never make anybody feel bad. At least I try not to, unless they're like.
I was gonna say, not on purpose.
Yeah. If I unmute,
you never know.
Okay, Brian, when you mute me, I can't believe we're getting into this. When you mute me, does my mute button on my console, does that turn red?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, you're fine now.
Oh, okay. I'm okay now?
Yeah, rock and roll, brother.
I didn't do anything. All I did was unmute myself. It's almost like
sometimes that's all it takes is just to mute and unmute yourself.
Yeah, a lot of times it's StreamYard's problem on the back end. It's on their side.
So we're gonna get into that Splinter scene, but first we gotta fucking talk about this. This is the part of the movie where you suddenly realize that what you're watching is fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm. They spend so much time on it too. You can tell like they're proud of it because the camera hangs on this scene.
Rightfully so. This scene is fucking epic as fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
So homegirl hops in the water and she sees a shark. Al Cliver, not being a very bright fellow, probably not a very good shot.
Yeah,
is busting shots.
He almost made a zombie.
She goes and goes down to hide, and what happens? She runs into a zombie, and then what commences? one of the classic moments in Italian horror, and especially sleaze history. Let me see if I can find that. I guess I believe, yeah, there we go. In Italian, sharks are known as squalo. So, oh, wait a second. I better bump this. Yeah, because we don't want to see any offending nippleage.
What's
free
this
the,
wee
free
shit?
the free the nipple, people.
Mm-hmm. She's fighting him really hard with her upper inner thighs.
By the way,
yeah, that's actually a pretty smart move there with the coral. That stuff is really sharp.
It is. Because even though it's not going to hurt him, it gets in his eyes, right? Now, watch what he does, too, because this guy's acting is really rather good, considering that he's underwater.
Holding his breath.
Right. Like, he, pulls it out of his face, and he throws it aside. He's looking at it like, blah. Like, what was that? And then he's like, well, where'd she go? And it's like, okay, boy. You lost the girl, but you got the shark. This, by the way, like I said, when I first saw the shark footage,
I make a zombie shark.
The zombie actually looked pretty bloated. I wonder.
Zombie Sharknado. Yeah, that looks like a pregnant shark.
By the way, this was used for a Microsoft Windows ad.
What?
Yes, I did not make that.
Why do I remember that?
This was used in a TV commercial for Windows.
Really?
Yes, which means that whoever it was that made that video is a total fucking deviant, and I love that. Because if you even know this movie exists, you're probably a scumbag. I don't mean like scumbag, like bad person. I mean like
yeah, I don't mean
troll.
I don't mean deviant scumbag.
I'm a
Any other way you classify scumbag, bro?
Explain yourself, Mr. Christgau.
Yeah, so
I love that. That's awesome.
So this guy
only somebody like Brian could say deviant scumbag. I don't mean it in a bad way.
No,
and make it sound so sweet.
Definitely not. Hey, man, I was a punk rocker back in the day. We called ourselves punks. You know
back
what I'm saying?
In the Dizzy. Stay in your idiot.
Rubbing that shark down.
I know.
Nummy, nummy, num. Said nummy, num.
It's fucking awesome, man.
Nummy, num, num.
So this the wardrobe for that zombie. Are they trying? I mean, it's cool.
Trying to make it look like he's been underwater for a while.
No, I understand.
I think the makeup is actually coming off on its own, and it just works.
I think he was just shooting a porn under the water, and then he got the shark and took the bite.
So the guy playing the zombie is the shark wrangler.
He's the shark wrangler.
Oh yeah, I was hoping. Right. I mean, that's the only sense I could make of him. Like, damn, that seems dangerous. They must know each other.
But if you are that guy and the shark knows you without all that makeup on.
Right.
Doesn't it?
Well, here's the thing. Remember that show Wild Boys, where it was like some of the guys from Jackass, and they were like globetrotting and doing like fucking with animals they shouldn't have been fucking with. They had this guy with them named Manny, and that was a guy who was basically like Tarzan, right? So I would think if I was like an actor and I was fucking with like an animal, as long as the handler was right there to get me out of trouble, if it started, I would be like, I'd be copacetic, I think.
Okay, so he's got helpers off camera, of course.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. You could tell that a lot of time and care went into.
This is a big slice of the butter.
And this is just awesome. The best. Yeah, look at this. This is
you can hate the whole fucking movie and watch the scene and be like, all right, that movie's dope as fuck.
Yeah, when are those Molotov
How did they get that shot?
One of those Molotov cocktails is going to be as convincing as the zombie underwater.
And now he's going for the attack. Mind you, he's totally inconsistent with like the other zombies.
Oh,
in
this
the
is
movie.
like super zombie right here, bro.
But you don't care.
Straight up
It's-
Aquaman zombie.
Yeah,
dude.
Exactly.
Come on,
Water zombie. They're a little friskier than the land zombies. He's like trying to bite it.
Going for a third bite.
Yeah, because in some zombie lore, zombies only go after, or the undead only go after humans.
Was riding
Some
the
of them
shark,
will
bro.
go after
Oh, yeah,
dogs and
that-
animals and things like that. That's always been a ticky tack. You never know what you're going to get.
Well, that's also what makes him inconsistent too, because the other zombies could give fuck all about animals.
This one's got an art on for that one.
This is
Here you
great.
go. I love this
Yeah,
Foley
right
here.
here.
I wonder what he's
Yeah.
really dressed up for that.
It sounds like somebody is like right up to a mic with a Tootsie Pop in their mouth.
Aw, dog.
That's
nah,
just
don't leave me
great.
hanging.
But is that kind of like a worthless sound effect? Like you wouldn't hear it in space in the same way that when they do like computer title effects in a movie. You always
But
hear
it's the same reason why you hear
Computers don't make
lasers
that
and
sound.
explosions in Star Wars, because it's
Yeah.
fucking awesome. That's
Yeah.
why.
That was the
That's
worst
what-
It's the
case
same
of
2001
hands, paper,
film.
scissor I've seen.
I know,
seriously.
seriously.
That's what makes
Hands, paper,
Serenity
shark,
so
bro.
awesome. That one.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away where you can hear things in space. Ta-da!
Yeah.
Right.
but
In
would you
space, they
watch
can't
that-
hear you scream, but they can hear your afterburners.
Would you want to watch Star Wars without with no sound in space? No.
Yeah,
fuck
that'd be
that.
pretty lame, dude.
Yeah.
And
It's-
quiet at the same time.
Yeah, you have to suspend your disbelief. You have to just like kick back and surrender yourself to the world of the film.
Yeah, it's
I
like-
can't wait. I
can't-
would have opted for John Williams sound effects.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the day when the teenagers that are allowed to or able to can make it up into space and go, "This sucks, man. You can't hear anything up here."
Yeah, right.
Can't have sex in space either.
Really?
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Now you see, I chose my my screen caps very, very carefully.
I can tell.
God
Look at
damn.
that.
Beautiful.
Oh, that actually made me laugh a little bit. I'm like, she's in the shower and there's like a bathroom filled with mirrors, including the shower. Mirrored tiles, 3 mirrors, angled just so. It's like, no, sweetheart, you just take a shower. We'll take care of the rest. You don't have to turn. Just keep taking a shower.
Olga Carlatos, man. I'm trying to remember what other movies.
Did she get top billing? I don't know, but those boobs sure did.
Yeah, I mean,
she's got boobs.
Pretty
Exactly.
pretty fly. And then we come to like, yeah. Then we come to what is easily the most infamous fucking scene.
And they have to.
The poster.
They have to take the eyes out of the one woman who's got the most beautiful eyes in the movie too.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. The poster that you had of this, I thought was really cool. It reminded me of those Star Wars posters where, like, Tatooine come to Tatooine for vacation, get a tan,
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, well, I mean, those are like modern fan posters, and
Yeah.
I think people make some really awesome ones.
Yeah, there's a lot of creativity out there.
Yeah,
Tons.
They can be clever. People can be clever.
Absolutely. Let me see if I have video for this. If I really want to make. By the way, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. We do appreciate you all. Smash that like button, click the subscribe, ring a ding ding dong the bell. And
I appreciate you more
if
than
it's
these
not
other 4 guys.
Yeah, most definitely.
+1, plus infinity, no take backs.
Yep.
I got
Like that
inspired by that scene, dude.
bit.
For my comic today, I was drawing a scene where some dude's grabbing a dude by his head, and the dude has a horned helmet. So there's this big, like, hulking character, and he's grabbing a guy with the horned helmet. The dude with the horned helmet, his horn goes into his knee, and he just squishes him up like a ball.
Oh yeah.
And so
That
he just
sounds metal.
pins him. Yeah.
Now, do you see what I mean when I say, like, when I talk about creative theft? It's like something inspires you. You don't lift it whole cloth.
Yeah.
You do something else with it. You're
It's-
not like
yeah.
Quentin
It's
Tarantino. My
not
problem
theft.
with him is that he just takes bits and pieces of other people's movies and sews them together and makes like a Frankenstein monster.
But
Art-
the tension
art
is
begat
before he
begat
did it. You
art
know what I mean?
begat art.
Yeah.
I put like the horn like right next to the knee. You know what I mean? So he's got him right
that's
here in
nice.
one. Then he's like right there next to the knee, and then Crunch.
I'm so looking forward. I'm so looking forward to that series.
Frank,
have you posted any shit from that, teasing it
Just
or
little,
anything like
just little stuff I'm trying to do every Monday. Just little panels. I can't post too much because it'll start giving a bunch of stuff away. But right now I'm working on a lot of fight scenes right now. Just tons of fight scenes.
But yeah, Matt's working on something that I think is going to be really, really dope. It's just going to take a while to get to you.
This is not a
but
butcher
that's because he
thing.
also
This is
wants
something
to.
else.
He also wants to do it right. So, right here we got the actress, Splinter, actress, and then then we have.
You're not showing it right now. There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, I was looking at that too.
Special effect.
I was looking at that too. Like, where's the actress? Where's the actress? As I was watching the movie, like, all right, there's the dummy, because it was coming in slow.
I liked and I also, I mean, she was doing a lot of acting with her face, obviously.
Yes.
And the reason I kind of picked up on that is because she didn't seem to be freaking out as much about having to barricade herself in. Right. You know, she was struggling. She was having a hard time keeping the zombie out, but she was having an equally hard time trying to move that small piece of furniture, which must have been built out of solid oak because it was hard to move that piece of furniture. And Sarah was sitting right here next to me while she's like relaxing against the door, and she's like, "Sure, just." And she's like, I like how the scene is shot with just enough space on the left side of her head for something to come through. And right then the wood splits open.
That's Italian horror for you.
Yeah.
That's Italian horror from this period. They were very, very stylish. And a lot of these scenes were very stylized in a very, very deliberate way, in a very sort of theatrical way that very much embodies a certain Italian aesthetic.
What's up, Frankie?
Oh, Frankie in the chat? What up, Frankie?
Yeah.
He's got a point, too.
Speaking of Italians,
he's got a
speaking
point.
of Italians and Italian horror movies.
Yeah, Frankie knows it reminds me of Dana Gould talking about how aliens have mastered the traveling through time and space, but they still can't figure out the human rectum.
Yep. Yeah, no, I know. They seem to have a little bit of an anal fixation, shall we say? Can I say that on YouTube still?
The anal cavity eludes us. That's what he said.
I'm telling you, you have to put European lilts on it. Like you have to say things like rapé and fagot. You just got to figure out the other way to say it so that the.
Or you have to say allegedly or in Minecraft.
There's that as well. Did you see that First Lady Minecraft dress the other day?
No.
Good Lord.
I
She did literally look like she got the dress from Minecraft.
Oh my God. Oh, that sounds brutal.
It is bad.
But by the way, real quick, I should let you know that Stephen Romano, who is definitely a fucking deviant, check this out, has a comic book label called Ebon Press. He bought the license, the comic book licensing to all of the, not all of, but the Fulci movies that matter. And he's done comic books of them. And he also did a comic book adaptation of Maniac, which I have.
His artist.
These comics are absolutely fantastic. You're going to pay. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Definitely on the pricey side. But boy, you absolutely get your money's worth. He did. I think he also has a House by the Cemetery comic that he's doing. I'm waiting for the trade paperbacks, of course. So that's why I never get mad at all the people that are on the last. My previous two campaigns didn't back because they were like waiting for the trade paperback. I was like, I totally get it, but fuck you anyway. No, but yeah, check out what this dude's doing.
What are you doing on my father's boat?
Yes, Fulci comics are a thing. Cool. I fucking love it.
I've already told him to. My name's West.
And Matt is also going to want to take a look at a lot of this stuff because one of the artists that works on a lot of these books, Kyle Hotes.
Then we're cut off.
I don't believe in voodoo. Voodoo is just plain superstitious horseshit.
I love this artist, dude. He's so good.
Fantastic, right?
All the Ebon Press stuff.
All the
Yeah,
Ebon
man,
Press.
those highlights are sweet.
Yes.
Yeah, the texture is really well done.
All of the Ebon, like I said, all the
It's
Ebon
got so
Press.
many dimensions. I mean, that one spot right there.
What do we do
Has so
now?
much dimension to it.
The boat can leave now. Tell the crew.
He did black and white versions of these comics back like 20 years ago.
How do
and
you
I have
even
like
manage that?
I'm
I
sorry?
mean, like black and white when red is such a vital color to something like that, you know?
Yeah, the paint.
Yes. The comics, since he's been able to produce his shit in color. I mean, look, I don't think he's making a lot of money off of these books.
Yet.
Clearly, it's a labor of love, but also,
Yeah, sure.
like I said, the books there are on the pricey side, but you absolutely get your money's worth. You're not going to.
You've got some big ones though, right? Like some European like sized ones from Ebon Press, right?
Oh, I got a few actually.
Like they're not floppies, is what I'm saying.
No.
They're
Here,
some
hold on a second.
Big ass like high quality style books.
It's
that
so
artist
easy
that
to
they
get
have-
Brian out of his chair. Did you see that?
Oh yeah.
Mention
Those
something that's out of reach and he'll jump.
Those artists
Do
they
you
have on
have
Ebon Press are
a-
badass, bro. Like detail packed, you know, like old EC horror. Like that's the stuff that I thrive on, man. I love that stuff.
Dude, I'm still blown away by the package I opened earlier. Hush, you. I'm just saying. If you just, there's a couple people that tuned in that haven't seen this. Hold on.
This
I
is
gotta
the
show
CRoM
it
Con.
off. I got to show it off again, B. Hold on. Because Frankie wasn't here. I don't know if Shadow was here.
Yeah,
Look at
baby.
that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the chair was spinning. Yeah.
Look at that. Is that badass or
That-
what?
That's
What?
killing it, man. That's killing it.
1 hour. 1 hour.
And you know, and here's the thing. Matt's a fucking super cool guy, righteous brother, and that's why it's great seeing him
Yeah, man.
leveling up. Because if he was
I
a
have
scumbag
that.
and he was
It's not in a
leveling up, I'd
frame.
be
I
like,
do have
it's a
that on my
scumbag.
wall.
No, I
Yeah,
put it
I
in
like
a plastic
yeah.
sleeve right away.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
wanted
Mhm.
posters. The wanted posters kick ass.
Yeah. Well,
Thanks, guys.
Pops, you saw that that bottle opener?
Yeah.
That thing's got heft to it, right? You could put
Oh,
that
yeah.
in a sweat
Oh yeah,
sock
man,
and
that's
fucking fuck somebody
dangerous.
up.
That's my wanted poster right back there.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
smack somebody
Thanks,
upside the
Andy.
head with that and they know it.
Thanks, Brian.
Actually, if I'm gonna, shouldn't I do this to it? There we go. That makes it safe.
Thanks, Frankie.
Yeah, no,
That makes it safe.
dope shit, man. Dope shit. Oh, that's right. Yeah, here, check it out. This is what he was doing in around 2000,
Oh, nice, dude.
right?
Clean.
And this guy, he writes these and he hires artists, and the artists he hires are freaking amazing. This actually has a introduction by Stephen Bissett.
Nice.
Oh.
Came with this little card. Everything is like signed and numbered. Right,
That's cool.
and because that's how he's charging so much for these. He's selling them as like collector's items. But this also came with the soundtrack
Oh,
on,
that's dope.
There you go.
on a picture disc, right?
Wow.
And
Got that wow factor.
yeah, and this is what the art looked like.
That's pretty awesome, dude.
Dude.
So is it just an adaptation of the movie?
Yeah, but he
Oh, okay, that's
expands
cool.
on the mythos.
Oh,
Do you know
does
what
he?
I'm saying?
Yeah.
He gets like really deep. And it's
Okay.
just like, man, it's like he gets really deep into like some sick shit. It's good. These are great horror comics, is what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta duck out of here.
That's all good, brother.
Oh, why?
I'm sorry. No, I'm just a great time hanging out. Got something else happening. I
Likewise,
have
man.
to attend to.
All right,
Fun chatting with you, bro.
Yeah, no, it's always
Yeah,
good seeing you guys. I really appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Keep up the good work, Pops, man. All the work that you do is very appreciated. You guys are doing some great stuff over there.
Without a doubt, man. Without a doubt.
You're mad,
Thank you, Dave.
mad props to my peeps.
There you go. There you go.
This
Take it
is
easy,
how
Andy.
we do it.
All right, take it easy.
All right, peace out, man.
Later,
All right, so this is the Maniac adaptation.
Oh,
How would
man.
you like to have
That's
this?
the art I'm talking about right
Yeah.
there.
That is beautiful.
That's like some beautiful next level shit. Like gorgeous, you know?
Right. There's
gorgeous
Carolina
artwork.
Monroe.
And then the interior stuff. And there's different styles too. Like, oh man, just the stuff I've been seeing on Twitter. Like, oh, I love that, dude. Pure horror, you know.
Yeah, man.
Let's see some interiors.
Genuinely
See,
great
that's
horror
what I'm
comics.
talking right there. I love the interiors, bro. Oh my god. I mean, I love the stuff on the outside too, but I like the nitty gritty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know?
top right.
You open a book up, you want to be just as excited about what's on the inside as you were about what was on the cover.
Yep.
And
I was so happy that Preston was going to do Brian's book because it's like I love Preston's
So
covers.
fun.
Like, dude, if he's going to do the interiors, it's like you're going to
So
open
good.
up, just like every page is going to be bonus.
Oh,
bonus,
dude,
you know?
dude, and you know, I just you know, sent him some dough and was like, dude, get ready to draw a lot of a gorilla on a zeppelin, right?
Oh, yeah,
Because
man.
I'm giving
I
him
can't wait
off,
for that book.
and I'm giving him awesome shit. I'm giving him awesome shit to draw because Preston is a beast.
Yeah, he
I'm
is.
lucky to have him for the book. I really am because he is achieving rock star status. He's becoming the rock star that I always knew he would.
Yeah, I consider him a rock star now, personally.
Yeah, well, he was always a rock star. It's just
He's officially a rock star.
yeah. Like he's getting noticed by the big boys. Is what I'm saying. And he leveled up too, and it's just like, god damn. Yeah, no, just I love fucking seeing that shit.
That was really good. That last shot you showed of just, it was like it was almost like a centerfold. I know that's not bound like that, but
yeah,
the composition and the colors, it's all across all the pages. Like, this is the business. This is.
We gotta watch that movie.
Which one?
Maniac. I've never seen it. Like I could watch these movies, but it's like I'm not gonna watch them if we're gonna do them on the show. It's just gonna it's gonna rob the experience of what I could talk about on the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
So,
I understand.
There's a bunch of them though, but I'm just like, nah, I ain't gonna do it. I'll just be patient. We're gonna hit them pretty quick, you know.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
This whole year went by like that, bro. Like,
go back to the crate. Where's the crate?
I love that one. The popsicle, the poopsicle.
I know, with the worm, with the gummy worm.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at
That's
the
cool.
cobwebs. Or the man.
That's
and his
Worm-Eye.
zombies. That's the icon, right? That's the Spanish conquistador.
Yeah.
Man.
The
I'm
guy
waiting for Brian to turn around and grab one off the shelf. See?
Yeah, I wish. I wish. Trust me. If I'm gonna be spending money on shit like this, that shit would be on my shelf for sure.
It'd be really funny if that crate was decorated like the leg lamp crate from Christmas Tree, because it comes from Italy.
Oh yeah, fragile.
Statue.
Yeah, statue.
That would be badass. I'm trying to find some of the Kyle Hope art.
Oh yeah, dude.
I knew it was gonna have a flavor to it when the trailer had the bang zoom.
Oh yeah,
Shot to the head, zoom in
Hope
on
is
that.
badass, dude. You got to get the Mosaic book. They're only like $10 or $12. The graphic novel off
dude, I saw-
Amazon. So
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
good. It's like Blade Runner meets The Crow.
It's in my it's in my my whatchamacallit, my
Want list, your wanted list, your wish list.
Yeah, I got a want list now too.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a couple like for Amazon specifically, like some old school shit kind of. I want that the Ghoul by Bernie Wrightson and Steve Niles.
Yes.
I really want to get that.
Let me see. God damn! I wish I got more screenshots of the
So much art.
of the zombie comic.
Look at this
because
one. I like that one. That was dope.
Yeah, well, I
love,
mean, he's done
it's my
like
traditional comic book style, like shit. You know what I mean? I just love it. Like, I'm
Yep.
not saying the art shit. The shit's immaculate,
Right.
but I mean,
Right.
style. I love that style. Sorry, that's the word. I wanted.
psycho fans only.
Yeah, I love the comic book style.
Yeah.
That's
So
cool too,
yeah,
the painterly stuff. That comic book.
he's
right there.
killing it, man. This
Yeah.
this dude's
Oh
killing
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I
Totally.
want to talk
dude.
to him. Man, I would love to get him on this stream, and I would also love to. There's a project I would love to pitch to this guy.
Probably could, dude. I mean, the worst thing he could say is, "Nah, fuck you." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
he gives
yeah.
a fuck if he does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Could be, you know, that's the way I am in life. If there's somebody that I admire and I want to hit up and maybe do business with,
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna respectively hit them up.
Absolutely.
And I'd say 7 out of 10 times I have the option of doing business with that person.
Right.
That's really how it is. Like just.
Oh, I've talked to Kyle Holtz. I just it's just like it never worked out with me having the money to pay him for a cover. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's that's what I was thinking about with Matt. You seem to understand. Like, obviously, you understand how to get all this stuff going with, like, I mean, if you're talking about having to have money to work with this person, isn't that where you go with the whole Kickstarter type thing?
You could do that. It would be like a stretch goal.
Right. That's what you did, right, with your comic books, and then you
stretch
bought
goal
supplies
anything,
Yeah.
So the books, the books are usually about $3,000 though. You know what I mean? For taxes, printing, shipping, packaging tape, Gemini mailers. You know what I mean? And that's if you're doing the book, funding it all by yourself.
Okay,
and writing it yourself, and drawing it yourself, and editing yourself, and lettering it yourself. That's if you're doing that and paying for everything before you crowdfund. You're just breaking, so you're almost breaking even with $3,000.
Yeah.
For maybe like a
if you're not paying yourself
book.
for the hours you put in.
No,
plus
not at
the
all.
extra overtime
Not
that you're
at
not
all.
paying, that you're missing out on. So
No.
for comic, you need at least $10,000 just to like kind of do it. If you're gonna do like, I don't know.
If you're gonna do it, if you're like, if you're like a jerk off writer that can't draw a straight line with a ruler,
Right, but I mean, like, if you're doing one of these campaigns, do you have to tell them? I've never done anything like it, so I have all the stupid questions. They're all right.
Well,
any questions? Ask me, bro.
Dude. That's also what this community is here for.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. I'm at your disposal.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Matt said taxes. Do you have to? Do you consider the money you get as income? Do you have to?
Yes.
Or can you write it off? Can you write it off with receipts? Like, I bought this.
You can write it off as
you can write some expenses off.
Some of it off.
You can write off the whole campaign.
No, not the whole campaign. And Indiegogo is going to tax it too, and then it counts as a.
Wait, they tax it before it gets to you?
Yes.
Well, then why are you paying tax if it's already pre-taxed? Then why do you have to pay?
This is America.
That's just
good.
It is what it is, brother. You know what I mean? They take their cut. They got to take their cut.
It's a sad truth.
I mean, you're using their platform, which is growing by the hour, and they're going to tax it. But I mean, like right now, it's a different topic about the shadow banning and whatnot. They didn't used to do that anymore. Now they fucking cockgate you. So you have to pay for the unblocking of the cock block. So they'll probably put you, on like a main page or something like that. But that's just now. Like, I don't know how it's going to be in a couple of years. Prior to that, though, you'd be on the main page like, hey, you got Cyberfrog right here. You got Butch Cleaver right there. We're all doing. People go to the main page. You'll see your name right there. Now it's not like that anymore. You're not even going to populate. Not even Ethan's homies are going to populate on the main page now. They're getting shadow cocked. It's horrible, dude.
Is there somewhere else you can do it? I mean, can you fund your operation by doing
you do a Shopify? That's the best way to do it because they're a multi-billion-dollar company, so they're there like managing all of your all the people that want to come in and try to hack your shit and fuck your shit up. They're so big. They're just a big company, so it's a good way to do it. You can do crowdfunding like campaigns on there, then you can morph that site into a website afterwards and just start selling everything on there. It's the best way to do it. And it's like $30 a month. So as long as you're producing about $40 worth of comics or posters or T-shirts or what have you on that site a month, it's paying for it. Or if you want to just pay for it, you got the money to pay for it and keep it up all the time, which is dope as fuck too. That's the best way to do it. If you're doing everything by yourself, I think that's a good investment. When you're legit, you're on Shopify, and it's a pretty big trusted company. I think that's the way to go right now. If I was to do it, I would try to do that. But again, Kickstarter and Indiegogo, that's where a lot of people are doing their stuff. People that go to look for comics, they're the ones that are buying most of the books. They don't really. Some of them think about it, but I'm guessing a lot of them don't really give a fuck. They're there to buy comics. They're not really there for the politics. They're not going to do deep diving on the politics every week and seeing what's trending and what's not trending on the politics.
Yeah.
They're there to see where's the fucking books at. So they're going to go to Kickstarter. They're going to go to Indiegogo, and they're going to look for the books, and they're going to back them. Most people back floppies on Kickstarter. Most people back graphic novels like 52 pages on Indiegogo. So
okay.
And people are looking on those sites more, dude. They're not going to just be all up on Shopify looking for you. You know what I mean? You'd have to be on YouTube like, hey, I'm fucking a comic book creator. I got stuff I'm doing. Check out my book. This is my Shopify. Indiegogo and Kickstarter, they might browse through the comic section.
Where your book
might populate on there. So
as long as you're out there marketing and you're out there promoting where your book is, it doesn't matter where it is.
That's what Pops is saying. That's the main thing. If you're out here, like, I hate to say it, but if you're out here every fucking night promoting, people are going to see you.
Hey, if your book is, you gotta, if your book, the only way to get your book was for people to email you, I can still come out here and tell people how to get your book.
Yeah. The best thing is to be on here. Pops is 100% right. It's to be on your show. Like, the best thing is to be out here doing your show, doing other shows, just being out here talking. You know what I mean? And if you're kind of somewhat entertaining, that's fucking awesome. You know what I mean? And people knowing who you are, that's cool. They can trust you. They know your personality. Yep. They know who you are. They can kind of fucking level with you. They can human with you. They know you fulfill. You know you're a real person. Then they're going to come in. They're going to probably maybe put some money up to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was asking.
They get personally invested. They get personally invested in your success.
Yeah. And people are on YouTube. Like, this is my opinion. They're not on fucking that much other stuff that are buying comics at the moment. They're on fucking YouTube. They're not on all the other stuff. I mean, TikTok, it's fucking kids and maybe manga and stuff.
Yeah, we have no business
people
being
are on fucking
there.
YouTube, dude. That's where people are at for the most part that are buying these things.
And I'm not necessarily looking to sell anything, but I was just, I was wondering from like a standpoint, like if you guys changed up your thing to where you were doing stuff live and actually producing the comic book under a camera on Patreon, do you think that would help?
Yeah, sure. That would always help.
I've always thought that's
Patreon
a cool
is
idea.
the same. It's the same thing. Look, it doesn't matter
Preston
where
was
you
thinking of
put
doing
it.
that.
It doesn't matter where you put it. We can do that wherever it is. Patreon, it doesn't matter where.
Yeah.
We can promote that link to your product no matter where it is.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Right there in that banner, we can put the link to your stuff. Over there in the chat, we put the link to your stuff. We talk about it for a couple hours, and then you go to the next show and you tell that audience about it. And it doesn't matter where you're at. It doesn't matter if you're on Kickstarter or Zoop or wherever your book is, it can be promoted.
Yeah, you're just planting billboards.
But I will say about Patreon,
do it, man.
That's a job. So you're going to want at least 1,000 customers that are buying from you. Okay.
Right. That's what I was saying. Like some of the people that I see on YouTube.
Then you could, and then you have to, then you have to give them a job. You have to provide them exclusive content.
And the other thing is, the other thing I want to say is it doesn't do you any good to go out on 15 shows if you're in front of the same audience.
Correct. 100%.
You've got to go out to other audiences.
Anywhere
You've
you
got
can.
to break these fucking barriers, man, and build your audience.
100%.
Your audience, not
the problem. The problem with that is that some people have a problem with that.
That's their problem, though. You're trying to sell books.
They make it your problem. Like,
but you're trying to sell books, right? You're trying to sell books. You want to be seen every place you can be seen.
The whole fucking
planet.
Can't
keep up. I can't keep up with who's mad at who. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's why you just ignore all that and go on and be seen wherever you can be seen.
But then you got Whisper Networks fucking talking shit about you and people running gay ops on you and shit like that. That's the problem.
So Brian, what's the ultimate consequence? And I'm only asking because it seems like you've got a
people fucking with you.
That's still what I'm saying.
Yeah, because the thing is we came over here. We came to find a place that was free of cancel culture, free of Whisper Networks, free of blacklists, and we got all that shit.
And what I'm saying though is like I said, you can go on 15 shows. If they all have the same audience, you went on 15 shows for no reason. You could have went on one. You have to go on shows that have different audiences. You got to go expand your network.
So for example, you go on a wrestling show, you go on a metal show, you go on a fucking cryptid show, you go on a fucking horror show.
You gotta go everywhere, man.
So you're breaking all that. And you might get one new person, maybe 1,000. You know what I mean?
Right.
You gotta expand it. And you gotta find something that you connect with on a show.
Yeah.
Oh, I connect with wrestling. I connect with cryptid.
Your audience.
I connect with
horror
that you love. And you can passionately get behind 100%. You could talk about that passionately and you want to be on that show. And then you might get people that kind of connect with you. You might not.
That's one of the things I keep thinking I'm not talking at anybody. I'm just doing stuff. I'm not saying, hey, welcome back. And it's me. That's my face. It's just, here's the next. It's always a faceless voice going, welcome back. This is what we were doing last time. and then it's just clips of me doing stuff. So I mean, I'm not actually connecting. Every time I say, you know, don't forget to click like and subscribe or whatever like that, it's always just like a screen. So it's pretty separate.
Dude, what you need to do, like I was very stiff on my first couple of streams, and well, first like dozen or so streams, right? And the way I learned to loosen up was just to cease to give a fuck. And
yeah, you can't give a fuck.
Once you cease to give a fuck, you can actually just relax and actually sometimes even have fun.
Yeah, I'm kind of learning how to do that at work because there's
careful. Make sure you got your second job lined up.
Well, I mean, there's a.
Dude, I've never been happier. I don't give a fuck, and I have never been happier.
Frankie, the only thing I'm going to say about that is if I like somebody's book, nobody else is going to tell me whether I'm buying book 2 or not.
Yep.
Right, and don't tell me who I can and can't hang out with. And whose
that's
show
that's
I can and can't go on.
Yeah.
Right? We're trying to reach as many people as possible. The biggest obstacle we face is exposure.
Yeah.
Just let them know that we exist.
Right. I left Star Citizen a long time ago because
oh my
they've been in development hell forever.
I know.
But the game keeps getting better, and I'm like, I don't care.
It's never coming out.
It's never coming out because it's never going to get done. It's just not in the nature. They are always going to be expanding. The map of the universe that they put in front of themselves is like, you guys are never going to get that far. It's always going to be under development. The only thing I wish they would do is make it playable and then work on stuff from behind. Don't keep rearranging stuff and making false promises. If you guys need to make money, then you need to put something on the shelf. Like, so what Frankie was saying was, you know, the Whisper Networks hurt your original audience. I am the member of the original audience. I don't want to be any part of Star Citizen anymore.
Right.
But that's not because the whispers weren't true. There are still people that like it and will pay for it and have like gone into debt buying these spaceships. It's just like, it's just not for me.
How much money did they get out of that scam? Because that's what it pretty much is at this point.
It's still going. I mean, I've got
insane.
Well,
this is where I want to be real clear about this. Okay, in the role of an influencer, which is a word I won't let people attach to me, but there's other people out there that attach that to themselves.
Sure.
Okay, those people have an obligation. If you want to be called an influencer, then your job is to influence people to buy books, not influence people not to buy books, especially in the indie community. Okay,
yeah, it's a hard
chaos, man.
Dying genre, and
they suck. You talk shit about them. I get
industry,
that.
dude.
You don't do that to the indie people, man.
No,
I don't agree with that, dude. I mean, you can talk your shit all you want, but like you taking money out of people's hands, fuck you. You know what I mean? That's just bullshit.
Yeah.
You're gonna go bash their book. You're gonna fucking take down their channel. Fuck you. That shouldn't happen. You gotta. If anything, just if you like something you like about it, cool. Talk about it. Don't bash it. Like again, I'm gonna say it. The comic book industry is fucking kind of dying, dude. Like the American one. You know what I mean? It needs. Yeah, it's you know what I mean. So like people need.
It's ready to be taken out back and fucking.
And if they hate it, then they fucking hate it. Let them decide with their dollar. You know what I mean? Simple as that. If they like it, they'll buy it. If they don't,
there's no unification, guys. There's no unification in it. There's too much backstabbing.
It's human nature, though. It's human nature. You get a group of more than about a dozen people together, you're gonna start getting factions. It happens. I've seen it over and over and over in my life. And what is the most awesome quality of human beings? It's our ability to work together. What's our worst, most damning quality? Our inability to work together.
Yeah,
that's true, man.
Dude, every time I look up at the moon,
I try to stay cool with everybody, dude. You know what I mean?
I do too. But then people get mad at you for that.
Look, even if you're working with somebody and you find out in the middle of the job that you don't get along, your obligation is to the fans, yo.
Yes.
Obligation is to the fans to put out a product. If you want to split ways with that guy later, that's fine. But your obligation is to put out a product, right? To the fans, you know. Oh yeah, don't do that, dude. See, that shit pissed me off.
Yeah.
Kickstarter. This is where I started having my problem.
Vinny got
when they started allowing that.
I know.
Fucked with like at the since I met Vinny, he was getting fucked with. Constantly. That's why I had to launch. That's why I decided to. I'm going to probably launch a Kickstarter campaign for every campaign that I do, just on the simple fact that I don't got fucking Borat fucking with my shit, or whoever the fuck in some other country. They'll just be up there on general principle.
I know. There was somebody in Hong Kong.
And Samedi, like a bunch of people.
Yeah, there was somebody in Hong Kong that did it to Peter Samedi. They had like 12 grand on that fucking camera.
Yeah, it was just funny how we thought it was SJWs. It turned out to be it's like these
SJ
like
fucking Borat,
farms.
dude. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I take your money, haha. You know what I mean? Nah, fuck that.
Yeah,
King of the castle, king of the comics. Nah, fuck that. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, not cool.
No.
Yeah, no, Vinny's
cool,
been
bro.
very. Yeah, he's gotten it a lot worse than most people when it comes to that shit.
I mean, look, I know with 29 shows, there's going to be some shows that you're not going to watch on our network,
and that's
there's going to be stuff that you like.
Yeah, you got a lot of
Give it
you got a lot to
chance,
offer, Pop.
man.
Yes,
like no
variety,
fucking shit. You got a lot of stuff like you're adding all the time.
Yeah.
Chuck the fuck Dixon wouldn't be on here. Fucking Mike Barron wouldn't be on here. Like a lot of people wouldn't be on here if fucking it wasn't legit.
Yeah,
so that's there's a lot of people on here, dude. Yeah.
Oh man, I can't wait for like Margine and Sim to do their thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be fucking lit.
Oh yeah, dude.
Tomorrow night we got a new show called the It's All Good Show with Amy Allgood, and her first guest is going to be none other than Mike Barron. So
that'd be fun. I'm gonna have to. Hopefully,
I gotta get Mike.
Just on the replay.
Mike in here one of these days.
7 o'clock
that'd be
tomorrow
dope.
night. In the future, it's going to be 7 o'clock on Sunday
he's
nights. The It's All Good Show with Amy Good. And dude, she is like so solidly based. I love her. You guys are going to love her.
Nice.
I'm just saying.
Nice. Hey, man. That's the thing. It's like we spread awareness to other people's fans, and then like our fans become aware of their fans, blah blah blah. You know, so on and so forth, and it just fucking spreads like a fucking virus. That's what we need, man. You know, power and fucking unity and exposure. Just getting people just to know that we exist, and not being a selfish motherfucker and promoting other people's shit.
Look, some of these shows are blowing up. Laurie's on Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
We had like over 80 views Tuesday, and we had to take it down because she had accidentally doxed herself.
Oh, snap.
That happens
So
sometimes.
we had to take it down and edit like 30 seconds out and then put it back up, right? And it got another 40 views after we put it back up.
Nice.
Consistency is key,
Laurie
dude.
is blowing up.
Consistency is key.
Some of these shows a chance, man. Some of them are really good. You know?
Oh yeah, dude.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
All your shows are good.
Now, guys, check this out. I fucking love this. There's this guy named Island Rocks, and he kind of does like new retro wave music.
Okay.
And specifically has done music that's inspired by the music in like Italian trash movies. Like specifically like Mad Max ripoffs and shit like that. It's really this guy's really.
I gotta hear this shit, bro.
Yeah. This guy's really fucking funny. Check this out. This is the dopeness here, and the video too. This is fucking amazing.
Don't forget to pause it.
I know. Nice little Caribbean beat.
Yeah, I'm jiving.
And then, boom.
Half of the Pale Rider vibe right there.
Now you see, if I ever run into this guy in real life, he's getting a hug.
Hug a zombie today. That's good.
Oh wait a second, I think there might be some. Well, I have to be careful.
Pause.
They turned porn on that motherfucker.
Pause it.
No, he was careful with his editing here. Okay, so it's not me. This is dope, right?
Oh yeah, no.
There's my guy. I knew one was going to show up.
Boom! Yeah, this is my favorite part right here, for sure. Yeah, man.
Gonna rip your face off.
Splat. Al Cliver with the shoddy. Nothing that was a full age.
The raid. Pauses a little longer. Island rocks. Get your zombie on.
Yeah, check out that guy's channel, man. I'm sorry, that's dope. Every time I see that, it cracks me up.
I like the score in this movie, dude. I'm really digging the Fulci shit. I'm not a real big fan of New York Ripper too much,
right?
But I the more I watch his movies, the more I understand what he was doing. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
With that one. So
he saw himself using gore like in an artistic way, like Antonin Artaud, who was like a French playwright that I'm not really that familiar with, but he was for him it was like a form of surrealism. At the same time, there's an element in his movies of, I don't know, it's like that kid that in the lunchroom that would like open his mouth so you could see like his chewed up food.
Yeah. You like seafood?
He loves to grab you by like the back of your head and just push you into like the gore, like, oh, the horror. He was like a very, very unhappy person, very, very unhappy. And so there's that's like the darkness in his movies. I think it comes from like an authentic darkness that was in his own heart,
organic darkness.
Yeah. That he there was something. I mean, like I said, he was like a journeyman director. So like whatever kind of movies they were making in Italy at the time, that's what he was making.
Pretty dope though, dude. Like, and he was artistic about it. You know what I mean? And then like the whole like industry of what he was working in Italy at that time, they're all like craftsmen and artisans, and they're all on the same level. You know what I mean? And he was able to express himself artistically through these films, like with the quickening. Like he did it real fast because he was a journeyman and he had to just pick. I think that's so cool, dude. And it
man.
Also speaks volumes, I think, about when you're creating, in my humble opinion, that whether it be like music or art or writing or comics, that what you kind of go with in the beginning from your gut, like that's where it's got to be. Like even with like the pencils, like there's more fluidity in there, and kind of relating to him, it's like he's picking these stories and he's doing them really fast. You know what I mean? And they're just coming out fucking bangers and slapping. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
it's absolute pulp shit. It's absolute, it's but like I said, the fact that they made these movies so quick,
that's what I mean,
and that they turned out so good is really kind of astounding.
It's astounding, but at the same time, like they were smart at their job and they knew what they were doing, and it also I think goes to really solid, like, well, I mean, it's professionalism. They know what they want. They know how to do it quickly because of their craft and how good they are professionally at their craft. But it also because like some art stuff, dude, like in music and things like that, you just do it. You know what I mean? Like once you know it sounds good, boom, cut it. Like just fucking do it. Like don't spend too much time on it. You know what I mean? Like don't overthink it. You know,
don't overthink it. Don't overthink it.
I think he was overthinking shit. I think
no. He wasn't
he knew what he
reinventing
was
the
doing,
wheel.
and he was just like boom, 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 boom. You know, get it done, scoot it, boot it, hit it and quit it. You know.
Yep.
Cut the check.
And as silly as this movie is, it has a real sense of dread. There's real fear in this. In this. Now the film that he did that I think is the scariest is House by the Cemetery.
Oh, I got to see that one. For me, it was The Beyond. I thought that movie was terrifying, and it was just the feeling it gave for me from watching it. Like the movie, that was for me. That I mean that I guess that was the most terrifying part about it was just like the feeling I got from it. But yeah, dude, like the ending was scary. The whole world of Louisiana, the way he built it, and that underground like demonic entity down there, and the whole it had a whole lore and it had history with it and weight. That movie was
totally
scary,
unique vision of hell too.
Yeah, and
I'm
very.
gonna have to look at it now, man. Matt, the way he's describing it, I'm like, all right, man, I've got to check it out.
Oh, by all means. Like I said, I think Zombie is like a good entryway for people that aren't familiar with Fulci's work. Matt thinks that like fuck it, push him right into the deep end with The Beyond, right?
Well, I'm recommending that movie. Like I tell people at work, like my new
so
job,
good.
I'm like, hey, you gotta like there's some horror heads, there's some metal heads. I'm like, oh, okay. Hey, check out The Beyond. It's on Tubi. It's free. You know, get in there.
These movies, and these movies are classics. They're certifiable classics now.
Yep.
As much as like back in the day when I was a kid and these first came out, and I just thought that these were just like real greasy, slimy trash. Now that you get to look at these movies in a new light, you're not looking at some muddy VHS. You're seeing like beautiful prints of these films. It's like oh my god, like these are genuinely good.
Yeah, and there's a lot of thought that goes behind them too. Like, I don't know, like maybe people that aren't really into the genre, or maybe like just a kid like listening to his mom. There's like, oh, that's smut horror trash. You don't want to look at that. But then looking at it as a fucking maybe under an artistic lens, you might notice a lot of things that are behind this and going into it, specifically with the Fulci movies, in my humble opinion.
Absolutely. There is a definite depth there. Another one that you're going to want to check out is City of the Living Dead. The only thing that's fucked up, part of which was actually shot like not too far from where I live. There's actually a little stretch of road where there's a motel, and that motel is still there. And me and my friend Chris went there recently, and we're just like hanging out.
You guys are fucking crazy, dog. I wouldn't do that shit. I get scared when I see raccoons crawling out of my sewer out in front of my house. Like, woo! They're kind of getting up on my ass. There's like 3 of you motherfuckers.
I got friends that go on ghost hunting expeditions and shit. They're legit, dude, they do it with legit organizations. I can't get none of them to take me along because they know I'm just gonna go out there and be fuck that ghost.
Oh man, no, I'm
like the opposite way.
I've already had my experience.
That's why I'm like
I don't want a Ouija board anywhere.
None of that
I've had my experiences.
I think that there's a lot of shit out there, dude.
My thing is this.
Away from it, dude.
I do too. Yeah. And you have to respect it the way that you respect fire or a gun.
Hold up. These fuckers got to respect me. I'm going to die sometime too.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good one.
That's how
That's a really good way to look at
it. Image,
that kind of shit.
That goes on a shirt, Pops.
But here's the thing. There's probably shit out there other than ghosts.
That's okay. I'm gonna die and I'm gonna have to deal with that shit too, right?
Well, you know what's going on now? You know what they're saying now? Like there's a new one now. So I don't want to get canceled or whatever by the government,
go ahead.
There's this thing going around now where there's fucking giants everywhere, and the government are hiding giants all over the fucking world. There's videos popping up all over TikTok, and they're saying the whole reason we went over there to fucking get oil and fight with all fucking during the 90s with the Bushes and all that shit was to go over there and get the fucking DNA from Iraq from the Nephilim, so we could come back and fucking clone those motherfuckers, the Nephilim DNA, the giant DNA, and that's the whole reason why we've ever been over there.
That's
that's really awesome.
That's a great
I love that.
A couple of the videos.
Yeah.
Showed me one. He's like, "What do you think, Dad?" I'm like, "Who the fuck knows?"
Pops is like fucking Batman, dude. He knows a little bit about everything, dude. And he stays up on his shit more than you can ask Pops about like almost anything, and he's got a little know about it, like current too. I'm not talking like old school shit. I'm talking like new shit. Pop knows a little bit about it.
It's because my son keeps me up on the stuff that his generation would be interested in, or what, and it's like, and I'm all over, conspiracy. You guys, I'm all over conspiracy theories. Tinfoil hats turn into golden crowns way too fucking often.
They really do. Man.
I have a
Kinda
conspiracy.
fucking scary.
What's that?
I have a conspiracy.
Oh, you're running a conspiracy, or you?
No,
have
I'm
a
not running one.
theory?
It's a conspiracy that has yet to become a theory.
Well, the term conspiracy theory also, it's worth pointing out, is in and of itself a psyop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, because it's the same reason. It's just about. I know exactly what you're talking about. They call it that so that it'll be distasteful. Discredited.
Right.
Dave Chappelle. I love what he had to say about it when he was on Actor Studio, inside the Actor Studio or something like that with James Lipton. He said, he goes, why do you think all this? He goes, it's dismissive. It's insulting when you call someone a conspiracy theorist or when you call them crazy. They're not crazy. They're strong. That's why they're being picked on. Yep. My conspiracy, and Dave knows about this one. My conspiracy theory is that dispensationalism is something that's meant to perpetuate fear in the in Christianity, so that we keep promoting and supporting war efforts in the Middle East instead of understanding. And this is going off the rails. This is not horror anymore, except if you actually read the history of the Jews and you read what happened during the fall of the temple. The specific
Maccabees and all that stuff
inside was terrible. It was the worst thing ever.
Are you talking about like the Apocrypha, like the Maccabees and all that stuff?
Well, that there's some stuff in those books, like there's Book of Enoch and stuff like that. No, but basically you can.
Book of Enoch is trippy as hell.
Oh, I know. It's awesome, and it's
It
like
is.
that talks more about Nephilim, like more about
and the Watchers.
But I'm a preterist. I believe that all the prophecies already happened, and that the reason that we think we're still waiting to see something physically happen is because we don't understand what Scripture actually says. That the new heaven and the new earth is the new relationship between God and man, which is the new covenant, not the new heaven and the new earth. It's God and man, and their relationship is the one that Jesus Christ developed by sacrificing himself. The temple gets ripped open. We don't need a mediator. That's the new heaven and the new earth.
Right.
So anyway, my conspiracy. So stepping away from it, my conspiracy is that dispensationalism, or the way that we think things are supposed to happen in the future, are the things that we're perpetually going, you better get saved. We got to support Israel. We need to throw, men and money and power and guns over there because Christianity
military
and the
industrial complex, Christian dominionism. Oh yeah. And the temple needs to get rebuilt. Eric Prince, the guy who owns Blackwater, is a dominionist. Is like one of those people. Yeah, it's fucking scary shit, dude.
So
scary shit. And it's
what nobody actually realizes. But nobody actually realizes, and it's as simple as something like this.
The journalist Jeremy Scahill wrote a book about Eric Prince and Blackwater and all that shit. So it's like known to journalists, like the very few that we have left in America, like Matt Taibbi, for instance, right?
Yeah,
he's like one of 3 journalists we have left in America. And most of them actually don't even live here anymore, right? Like Glenn Greenwald is one of our last journalists. He lives in fucking Brazil. Yeah. Yeah, because journalism's a fucking crime. Look at what they're doing to Julian Assange. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Basically, the new job of a journalist in America is to be a PR person.
Yeah. It's just to toe the line.
Yeah. And same thing with movie critics now. Movie critics, generally speaking, are like PR people for the movie studios. You know what I mean? That's why you'll look at something at Rotten Tomatoes. It'll have a 98% critic score and a 38% or a 28% audience score. And you're like,
Yeah, it is true about journalism. They all got to be bought up by the fucking.
Yeah. Speaking of Fangoria, I remember when Fangoria got bought out too. Where they would be giving these terrible movies great reviews. And then when the movie would come out on video or something, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's crap."
It's almost like a good idea for a fucking maybe a comic or something, where you got the main character is kind of like Clark Kent. and he's in a world where no one fucking wants to hear what he's got to say. That might be a good angle for Superman.
Well, remember Rorschach
No one's to
in
write that no more.
Watchmen,
Oh, yeah.
right? And that manifesto that he was
My
writing,
favorite.
right? He was right on
think-
the money. He was right about everything.
When
The
they
fact
cast
that he was
oh,
crazy, you know,
hell
didn't
is
mean he
his
wasn't
name?
right.
Yeah, that was my favorite character, hands down.
Everybody.
What is his
Everybody's-
name? Earl Haley?
Yeah, Jackie
Earl Haley.
Jackie Earl
Black
Haley.
belt.
Yeah, when they
Beautiful
cast him, I'm
casting.
like, perfect. And now I
Yes.
want to see everything else that he's in.
Yeah,
Everything.
he was a child actor, actually.
Bad News Bears.
Yeah, Bad News
Yeah.
Bears. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
They usually got him playing a pedophile most of the time. He just got a
'Cause
black
he's a
belt.
freaky looking dude.
Yeah, and he played
Right, but
Freddie.
that's-
And he tried out for Freddie with England. They went toe to toe, and he lost it to England. Did you hear about that?
No.
But he plays it in the
England
remake.
lost it to David Warner, and David Warner didn't show up because he got sick or he got stuck in London, and then
Oh,
so they
that's
gave it to Robert
right.
England. But Jackie Earl Haley lost out, and then when the remake came out, he tried out for it. Boom, he got it, and he was
Yeah.
cool as Freddie. He just wasn't that scary, but he brought his own take. I give him props for that. He did his
Very-
own mannerism, his own walk. He was very inspired by Max Schreck, and with the
Interesting.
claw. That was his main
Interesting.
influence.
Is
he was
that
good.
worth watching?
Fuck yeah, it's worth watching. He's just not
Okay.
scary. But there's,
Gotcha.
I mean, he got
Right. I
Clancy
think
Brown
we
in-
as
Clancy Brown
an
in there.
audience grew past the Freddy thing. Like we already know what to expect. I think that might be
Yeah.
why.
But it was
Fred's
like they never made one with the proper budget. Like you have a guy that comes after you in your fucking dreams, like in your nightmares. That's like the best thing you could do, right? And so they just made him look like a burnt cat. He looked like a burn victim with no nose. So he didn't really look that scary. He actually wanted to wrap a blanket around him and take him into a hospital. So it was hard to really it wasn't scary to me. I felt sorry for him the whole time.
What
And then
made
they made him
the
a
claws
hardcore,
out.
like pedophile.
What
You know,
made
like-
the
Pulled them
original?
claws out. He didn't look like a victim when he went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well-
he's still like he wasn't terrifying like Freddy was kind of terrifying in the first movie.
But
and in
well,
New
yeah,
Nightmare.
because also remember it's how he's lit. It's like the later Freddy Krueger isn't scary because he's too brightly lit. If you watch the
Yeah, he's a-
original
he's a
Nightmare on Elm
It was
Street,
dark and
he's
shit.
always in the shadows.
Yeah.
always, yeah. So yeah, definitely watch the new one. You have to watch it.
All right,
definitely.
I'll check it out.
It is. I ain't gonna lie, it is better than some of the ones with England. I don't give a fuck.
Oh well,
Like,
dude,
it's
some of the
definitely
Nightmare
better.
sequels are pretty fucking horrible. After
Like
three,
what is it? After like 3, I'll say it's better than probably 4 and 5. I like 6. 6 is fun, but for me it's like
New
it's like
Nightmare is
this,
very
brother.
good.
Nightmare on Elm Street. Then I like New Nightmare. Then I like Freddy
Yeah.
versus Jason. Then I like
Yes.
fucking the remake. I'm sorry, that's how it goes.
Alright.
Like I'm not even really big. I mean, I kind of like 3 though. 3 was pretty good with the
Okay.
whole like origin.
Yeah.
Matt, never feel like you need to apologize to me, brother.
Oh, I know. I just I'm sorry.
But
That's just my thing.
no, it's all good. Just fucking with you. So next week we're gonna have Aaron on. I'm blanking on his last name. He has a comic called Wolfsbane, I believe.
Oh,
so,
okay, I've heard of that. That looks dope.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. He's got a Kickstarter campaign, so who knows? Maybe we'll get his ass funded. That would be insane if we got like a.
You gonna watch a werewolf movie or what?
Yeah, we're gonna watch a werewolf movie, bruh. Pops, what the hell am I looking at here?
Look whose name is on that.
I can't. You gotta blow that shit up.
Over
My
there.
eyes are horrible, bro. I'm sorry.
No,
It's Hart Fisher, dude.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Was that
Give me a
hard?
minute.
It's Hart. I got to see what this is. I got to know.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna all watch it together.
Much love to Hart if you're out there listening, brother. Everybody check out AmericanHorrors.com.
Yes, the American Horror Channel. Yes,
Which is
On
really
Roku.
good, by the way. I don't watch nearly as much of that as I should, but it is very, very cool. It plays like horrorcore videos on there and shit.
Hell yeah.
So it says short and sweet with Hart Fisher. I got to see what this is, so we're all gonna watch it together. Here we go.
All right, okay.
Hello, guys. Art T. Fisher here, a.k.a. the Unicorn. Are you guys snowed in? Are you bored? Are you trapped underneath all this snow?
We haven't gotten any of that shit here, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that you need American Horrors, an American Horrors classic. That's right. I was up late burning the midnight oil on Friday night, making sure we had great new programming. Lots of cool, groovy TV, Gorecast, Mission Terror, and all kinds of great fun stuff. But right now, I want to talk about a radio show project I'm involved with. NP Armageddon.
Nice.
All right. Oh, that's right. If you just tuned in, hi, I'm Harty Fisher from American Horrors and Boneyard Press. So what do we got here? This lovely package. Where did this come from? Oh my God. It's from our good friend Peter Podgorski, who does Murder Baby on American Horrors. And he has this really great new project with radio show. Over 80 different actors are involved in this. I'm in this show, and I got a pretty meaty role. And so he just sent me this package. So I guess we could do a little package opening here. So what do we got here? Uh-oh. Hey, this is pretty cool. All right. We
Don't
got
drop it.
nifty little flyer. Not sure if you're going to be able to see that. For MP Armageddon. And we got, string. String. Pull the string.
Pull the string.
All right. And yeah, I'm kind of snowed in here in Wisconsin and Lake Geneva here. So
Yeah,
I'm
all butthurt because
from
we have gotten no snow here in New
producers?
York. It sucks.
Snow is fun.
Snow
I
up
miss
here,
it.
dude. We're down here and we got snow.
Dear heart.
Up in our little up in
We're so
Southern
damn
California.
good in our show.
I'm in Michigan. We just
Jelly,
got
Brian.
snow that
Jelly.
stuck to the ground
Well, thank you,
this
guys.
week.
I got snow an hour from me. I can drive
In
there
case
and
you
back.
think of lying and making it
Pretty
up.
cool.
Read
That's
that
awesome.
backwards. Read it up. Read it backwards. Well,
Go ahead.
all righty. What else do we got in here? I got the snow coming down on me. All right. What do we got here? We got, looks
I'm
like
wondering why he did this outside.
I don't know.
Yeah, let's get some of the string out of the way here. Good job with the string, Pete.
He's a total deviant, so
He's metal,
he
dude.
has his reasons.
Gotta have the snow and the metal, dude.
Nice. They
Yeah, man.
sent me.
Viking metal.
Do with all the snow
Oh,
around.
Go away.
Okay.
You don't
So they
need
sent me
it.
a bunch of flyers, which is neat, and a nice framed blow up of NP Armageddon.
There you go.
The first episode dropped on Spotify and iTunes and all those great places online on Tuesday, January.
So what is this, a podcast
4th.
that he's
Or
put
actually,
in
it was
here?
the 14th. It was,
Yeah.
it was this week on Tuesday.
Oh,
I believe.
okay.
I caught the first episode, and it's pretty damn good. It's pretty
Glad
damn
that
good.
podcasting's
I
still a
highly
thing.
recommend it.
NP
Also
Armageddon.
sent me
Go check
what
it
you
out.
got.
All right. Hell yeah, man.
A t-shirt here. Sounds like some kids aren't enjoying their time in the snow, huh?
Fucking hearts not.
All right, here we go. Make sure I don't drop this. Don't drop this. Careful.
I love this dude because he's got zero fucks to give.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
T-shirt.
That's for damn sure.
Nice.
I'm just multitasking, listening to this, and check it out. Tubi for werewolf movies.
Thank you, fellas. I
There
think
you
this just might be big enough. And you know, speaking of shirts, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be adding to the American Horror shop online at AmericanHorrors.net. We're adding in these very rare, very hard to find American Horrors Film Festival hoodies with the neat little pirate neck. Now, originally, I just made these up for the winners of the show. So we had a best director. They kind of won one of these things. So I have a few of these. We're going to be selling them for, well, it's kind of hurting out there. They normally go for $75, but we're going to sell them for $70. And they're
Ooh,
awesome.
$5 off. Heart, you're killing me.
One is navy, and one is it's got white
This up
stripes
for
on the
75
side.
free shipping, bro.
Look
Come
here.
on.
Wrap that shit
Red
up.
stripes.
Wrap
we
that
got
shit
the red
up. Get to the
stripy
point,
guy,
brother.
And we got the white stripy guy, and we got him in XXX and XL. And those are the only sizes we made them in because they're a goddamn hoodie.
All right,
folks,
all right. Look, we're not watching 12 more minutes.
That's what I'm
of
saying,
Hart
man.
selling shit.
Seriously, brother. Pops, you're killing me here, man.
NP Armageddon on Spotify. There's 2 episodes.
Yes, no, we love Heart. Send a positive.
If he wants to sell, though, he's got to come out here live. He can't just do
it remotely.
We gave him a minute. No, that dude's cool as hell, man. And
Yeah,
Max Devill is the one that built the American Horror channels, and he's also going to be the guy that builds our channel.
Hell yeah, man. That's
Right?
awesome.
So, we already know that we have cross promotional marketing with Hart over there at the American Horrors channel. They're going to be talking about our network. We're going to be talking about their network, dude.
All right. Kick ass.
Networking is what it's all about, guys. I want you to all think about the big guys. What do they all do? They network together.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, it's not a dumb thing to do. It's a very smart thing to do. That's how they're all.
I think I just wish everybody was quit fighting and fussing and work together.
Work together.
Yeah, we're all here. Unfortunately, there's good ones and bad ones, I guess.
Yeah. But the cool thing is the cool people. The good draws to it. The good. Do you know what I'm saying? You know the people who were down, and and the people who aren't. But anyway, so next week we're going to be doing a werewolf movie. I'm not sure which one. I was thinking they don't have The Howling. They have The Howling 2. Your sister is a werewolf.
Why don't you ask Aaron which one's his favorite?
That's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to give him a bunch of options and let him pick.
Yeah, Underworld Evolution, but you kind of need that one's like right in the middle. You know what I mean? You kind of need to watch. The third one or the first one before you watch that one.
Man, the Underworld movies, the only one of those that I can stand is the second one. I like the second one.
Okay, so they do have the second one up there, which is Evolution.
All right,
I like the third one. The third one's the prequel, so that shows how it all started.
Oh, that's the one I mean. That's the one. Not what I mean. I don't mean. I don't mean the second one. I meant that's how forgettable I found the second one. The third one is the only one I like.
I fucking love those movies. And then they got Wolf Cop on there too. That's the only other notable mainstream wolf movies that are probably watchable.
Yeah, no, that's like a comedy. That's not even a horror. That's not even a horror.
Ginger Snap
the first
2.
one.
This movie Wolf looks dope, dude. It's got knights and like a werewolf howling in the background. It's just called Wolf. Came out in 2022. I don't know if it's any good, but I might have to check it out.
Okay. All right.
I've seen the previews
I'm
of
open to
that.
idea.
It looked like it'd probably be good.
Post that shit if you got a trailer or something like that. Post that shit in the DM group, in the horror movie club DM group.
Yeah, they're too.
All right. So
I mean the movie Wolf. We'll see.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've done Wolf, the one with.
And an American Werewolf in Paris.
Wolves.
That one's available. American Werewolf in Paris.
I've never seen that. I remember refusing to watch that because it had like a CGI werewolf in it. And I was like, fuck that.
It looked cool at the time because it was like we had never seen CGI, so I liked it. But now in retrospect, I don't know if I could watch it again.
It does not age. That old CGI does not age well.
Whoa, it looks like really bad, you know?
Yeah, whereas like King Kong still looks awesome.
Have any of you guys ever seen
CGI ain't Asian well? What are you talking about? 3 weeks after a movie comes out, everybody's picked apart everything.
Have any of you guys ever seen Brotherhood of the Wolf?
Yeah, I got it on DVD.
Did you guys think that was long? Did it seem to go on for a while?
Yes, it could have lost about 20 minutes. But then again, what movie? I mean, that's actually an older film. It's about 20 years old.
Yeah.
But these days, what movie doesn't like? What movie that's come out today couldn't lose maybe about like a half an hour?
You guys need to learn to recognize the bathroom break when you're sitting in the theater and that scene starts that doesn't have shit to do with the story, and it's going to be long and drawn out. That's when you get up and go to bed.
Dude, not everything. Like I love the fact that everything, like the 90-minute limit, has been removed, and that movies can be 3 hours.
Right.
But not everything is Lawrence of Arabia.
And not everything has to be 3 hours.
Hour and a half.
Postman didn't need to be as long as it was.
Yeah.
I mean, yes. The pacing's all fucked up too.
What did you guys think of Brotherhood, though? I mean, the thing that sold me on it was the trench coat and the martial arts.
Well, yeah, Mark Dacascos, young Mark Dacascos, and that was an amazing martial artist and a decent actor too. I thought it was okay. It's not a horror. It's not a horror.
Oh, I know, and it's not, and there's no wolves in it either.
Yeah,
that's like weird.
Yes, yeah.
And you didn't see the thing.
It's
Yeah,
I've just never been crazy about it. If I want to watch like the martial arts scenes are good, but I think the pacing is.
And I wasn't trying to. Yeah, see, I wasn't.
It's kind of artsy in its way, and it's got a lot of stuff going on.
Well, it's French.
It's about the Beast of Gévaudan. It's the last Jim Henson production. You do see the Beast at the end.
Yeah, it's. I would say this. I would say this. I don't think it's great, but it's worth seeing.
Yeah.
And I wasn't trying to bring it up, but because we're talking about wolves, I'm like, man, something was in my head.
I do like that movie though. It's dope. I bought it for
sure.
It's got some really cool artistic transitions in there and like stuff like that, like with Monica Bellucci one scene.
Frankie,
Her like physique turns into like a mountain range.
Oh yeah, man, Monica Bellucci. Oh, yummy. But we did the Company of Wolves. Like I think several months back. It's always been one of my favorites, and so I figured I'd like show it to Matt and see what he thought of it.
Yeah.
And that's why I love doing this stream with Matt, is because he's like a horror fan that's still kind of discovering this shit, and I get to turn him on to something, and he'll either take to it or not. But even like most of the shit that we've done, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so far, I see a documentary called Wolf in 2022.
Okay.
But I don't see.
I was thinking of doing a movie called Bad Moon. Have you guys seen Bad Moon?
That movie's dope with Perrier.
Yeah, and
is he in that?
Yeah,
I've always seen him like. Doesn't he always seem to do like science fiction for some reason? Like Moon 44, I could not understand why they had.
That's such a
Streets
bad
of
movie.
Fire,
Streets of yeah.
Eddie
He's
and
a
the
very
Cruiser.
he was never a great actor. There's something very sort of bland
Yeah.
about him. But the werewolf that's in that, and
if we
also
can get
the practical effects werewolf is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And also the story is great because it's told from the point of view of a dog. It's like a dog
Something
versus
different.
werewolf movie.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something different. And in his book too, Wolfsbane, I think he's doing a little something different too, a little with his IP,
Yeah, Wolfbane
Well,
is
it's a pug. It's a pug werewolf. You
Wolfbane
don't
is a
see
great
them.
story. It is. Wolfbane is a great story. I've known Aaron for a while.
Oh, cool.
We look forward to having him on. So plan is I'm just gonna like send him like a list of movies and let him pick.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
everybody. We should
Next week, right here, 8 o'clock.
Peace out. Pops, of course, is going to take us out. But really, first, let's. Yeah, you can tell I'm like, I'm like running out of steam now. Let's do the. Where can you find yous? Matt, tell these fools where they can find you.
Sure, you guys can find me like down below at Roomcutter Comic on Twitter. You can also find me at Metal Movies and Brewskis on YouTube. That's my channel where I talk about metal movies, brewskis, comics. I have people on. We just do like an hour-long show. We talk about their process of making comics or their channel and their book. And then if you guys want to support me, I got a book called Butch Cleaver right here. It's butchcleaver.com. It's a Gothic horror Western. So you guys might like that. And thank you, Brian, for having me, and appreciate y'all.
Oh, right back at you, brother. Right back at you.
He said Butch Cleaver, baby. He said Butch Cleaver. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at that. Shit.
Yeah. Damn, Pops.
Matt,
Yours is better than mine. Matt, I'm all butthurt.
Dude.
All butthurt. Pops is even better than mine.
Dude, this is
fuck, man.
That is so badass. I've already been looking like, which one of these frames am I going to steal?
Yeah.
You know?
I've got mine in a frame.
Yeah, because that ain't going to be sitting out.
No, fuck that.
I think I already know which frame I'm stealing for that. Right here, guys. The Madness Comic Network, 29 shows coming at you this coming week. We're not stopping, yo. We're going to keep trying to bring you as much, cover as much, handle as much, do as much to get eyes on what you guys do as we possibly can.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
That's the bottom line.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Pops. You the man.
Bet, brother.
And Jeff, where can these folks find you?
You can find me on Kit Bash Federation on YouTube, and you can find me on on Twitter at Jeffrey's Tube. And I basically just I take found objects and different model kits and kind of put them together and make spaceships out of them.
Badass.
Cool.
Thanks.
I wish I could do that shit, except I'd have to blow them up afterwards.
Yeah,
I always used to blow my models up.
I'm running out of room, so I might actually have to do that.
I built if I put together like a B-17 bomber, started out with lady fingers and firecrackers, then you got to bust out the M80 at some point.
I want to introduce real quick Joe Bachman right there, the Independent Creator Directory. Guys, that's what it says is
Thanks
what
for
it
hanging
is.
out, brother.
He's building a directory, a place for everybody can be found.
Awesome.
Go check it out.
Oh, dude, hail
right.
you, dude. Seriously, that's all. That is awesome.
It's another set of people that we're networking with over at over from the crowd with the Rising Tide and Michaela's Mercenaries and all those people.
Yeah,
Dude, there's a lot of different groups of creators. We all got to network together.
That's awesome.
You know.
Yeah. And so next week we're going to be doing a werewolf movie and covering a creator's book, Wolfsbane.
Nice.
Aaron, see, I keep forgetting his
Jordan.
Aaron Jordan. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Aaron, if you're watching.
It's all right. Like I said, he's my dude. I like Aaron.
Okay, all right.
I've been following him for a long time. He's cool.
All right, Pops, because I always like hit the
I got you.
broadcast button. You gonna take us out, brother, man?
I got you. But first, you got to do that thing.
What? Oh, the peace, love, and metal.
Metal.
America's southern border has become a war zone. Human traffickers, drug smugglers, and terrorists flow across the Rio Grande with impunity, secure in the knowledge that no one will stop them. A distant federal government lectures Americans on their privilege while punishing overworked Border Patrol agents who were helpless to stem the tidal wave of invaders and determined migrants. Second-generation Cuban-American Marcos Zamora is a military vet, more patriotic than most Americans. No longer able to ignore the chaos at his doorstep, he acts. Joined by his best friend Gus, they hit the border every night, saving lives while stopping violent drug cartels and other opportunists. The government reacts with fury at Marcos' attempts to preserve American sovereignty, deploying the full might of their enforcement agencies. But Marcos understands that the only thing the rich and powerful fear is bad publicity, and he records every encounter. Whoever he is, this private American must be stopped. Illustrated by Richard Bonk and written by Eisner winner Mike Barron, Private American is his version of Captain America, and maybe a little Punisher, taking part in this ongoing, violent, and very real battle of good versus evil in the war for American sovereignty. Grab your copy at theprivateamerican.com.
We have a secure border, and that is a priority for our administration.
In a world where creatures of myth and legend exist, a covert task force is charged with keeping humanity safe from supernatural threats. And when young Nancy Moon stumbles into the eternal battle between good and evil, she finds... Oh my God, will you shut up? What's happening? Agent Beckett here. Aren't you tired of stuff like that? Want something different? Roll the tape. Whoops. Sorry about that. That's a song I'm writing for my ex. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's more like it. Alrighty. Welcome to the world of the mythicals. We have it all. Monsters. Magic. Government agents. He's the strong silent type. This guy. Ugh, gross, dude. Get some kind of cream or something. Lots of 90s style action. Pew pew pew. And that strong female lead alluded to earlier. Not to mention a dashing field commander with a great sense of fashion. Look at those glasses. South River Studios presents The Mythicals, Issue 1. Buy it, if you dare. Ugh, will you can it already? How'd you get free? Now beat it before I lose my cool. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today. Like right now.
Sign up today on Indiegogo.
How do you end this thing? How do you put the where's the brakes on this bus? I forgot.
Jazz hands. Jazz hands are great.
Comic Books for Kids provides comic books to kids in hospitals and cancer centers across the U.S. It's a place where we can all work together to make sure every child has a comic book. 100% of all proceeds go towards the kids. It's about making a difference, and while they're in the hospital, allowing them to fly like a superhero, battle dragons, or rescue teddy bears. We are in every state in the country and now support over 160 hospitals. Every month,